I'm calling the February 10th, 2022 regular meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Councilor Stubbs?
Here.
Councilor Lopez?
Present.
Councilor Perry?
Here.
Councilor Sanchez? Councilor Moore? Here. Councilor Oropesa?
Here.
Councilor Roebuck?
Here.
Councilor Best?
Here.
Councilor Foster is on his way. Councilor Kennard?
Present.
Mayor Kintai?
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'll ask everyone to please rise while Councilor Lopez leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilor Perry does the invocation. Councilor Lopez, you have the floor.
Let us pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, you've always been good, Lord, from the beginning to the end. You are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and we are grateful, Lord, that you have allowed us to live in this season and, Lord, to be able to be a part of trying to do something great for our city. And, Lord, I pray at this time you would give wisdom to each counselor, give wisdom to the mayor, give wisdom to those who will be speaking, Lord, that we can do what is best for our city. Lord, that we can provide an even greater place for our children to live, in a safer place. And Lord, just be with us and give us wisdom, Lord, as we speak. And Lord, let us be productive tonight. I pray you would be with those that are serving our nation, whether on the borders or across the seas, that are protecting us even at this time. Be with those first responders, and Lord, just protect those tonight and bless us as only you can. We pray in the name of Christ our Savior. Amen.
Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I make a motion that we approve the agenda for this evening's City Council meeting with the following changes. Per the request of Councilor Oropesa, I pull from the consent agenda item number 6, which is the Atkinson Sewer Manhole Repair financing. Number 7, the Atkinson Water Line Replacement Work. Number 8, the award of ITB 22003 for the Hondo River Trail. Number 9, award of ITB 22013 of the East Hobson Road improvements. Number 10, award of ITB 22014, the West Mcgaffey Street rehabilitation. Number 11, the PO requisition for Brazier Asphalt for the Nova Chip on North Main. The leases, also per the request of the counselor, from consent of number 14, Ascent Aviation Services for the consideration of authorizing their lease with Building 100. Number 15, the Ascent Aviation Services for the lease consideration for their AOA. And number 16 for the Avis Rent-A-Car System LLC consideration for their lease at the Air Center, and for Booton Incorporate, which would be their lease at the air terminal as well. Also, per the councilor's request, removing number 20, which is Resolution 22-07, which is consideration to proceed with the North Garden Bridge Replacement Project. All other items that are under regular business, new business, to be as written, except for number 30, I'm sorry, let me back up, there's so much. The request of number 26, which is the consideration of the $75,000 for the public artwork design for the rocket by the artist, to be taken, stricken from the agenda to be heard at a later date. And for number 32, which is the consideration for the columbariums, to be placed under 29, which is the Great Blocks project, because we have the same presenter that will be dealing with both of those. Then numbers 30, and consecutively going through to follow those.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry, once he activates his motion box button, and a second by Councilor Roebuck to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion or debate on the agenda? Let the record reflect that Councilor Foster joined us at 6:04 p.m. This will be a voice vote. Please activate your vote box at the time you respond. All those in favor of the agenda as presented, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none. I haven't got the... And we have 10-0. All right. Thank you very much. Item number 2, announcements. I will be brief because the rest of the evening will not. This announcement is actually primarily intended to a certain segment of the population out here. Monday, February 14th, is Valentine's Day. Don't forget. Item number 3, Mr. Nebb.
All right, Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for this opportunity to talk a little bit about our utility billing system, lessons learned, and status update. When I started putting this presentation together, I considered it a current event, but it appears that current events seem to move a lot faster than I do. So, but I will give you this update on our utility billing system. This is essentially a 5-year, 6-year project from updating all of our meters in the system, updating our software, the challenges that we've had within that, and so I'm going to bring you up to date in as quick fashion as I can. So, right now we'll do a background on the utility system. We'll talk about some of the common complaints and concerns. We'll talk about the understanding of the time frame to address certain complaints and concerns, and then the improvements that we are making to our outreach. Some of these slides I will go through fairly quickly. What we will do with this presentation when we're done is make it available to the public because there's some good information in here to assist the customer. And so so part of this was building this so that we could give them that information. You'll recognize it as we go into that information. But okay, just really quick background on our utility rates. Utility rates have not been formally adjusted by ordinance since 2013. We have not changed our utility rates since 2013. In 2013, when the ordinance for the utility rates was established, it created a process of changing the rates every year based upon the consumer price index, which essentially ties to the inflation rate. And so that is what's been happening every January as inflation or as the consumer price index shifts. Then we've made that update to our utility billing system and our rates. We've not had a conversation with the City Council on rates since that time frame. On the water, currently our water base is $18.20, and that includes the first 3,000 gallons, which is what an average customer in the city of Roswell, residential customer, uses. So that's the $18.20. There's $1.67 for every 1,000 gallons after first 3,000 gallons. So that's how we formulate the formulas in order to determine water usage. The sewer is based a little bit differently. There is a $10.99 base, and so that is essentially that base rate for just having the utility service at your home. And then it's $1.69 per 1,000 gallons on top of that base. So the sewer does not have the 3,000 gallons tied to it, but the water does. This is what an average utility bill in Roswell looks like. When you look at the $18.20 and you figure up the every 1,000 gallons over, we have our average user customer is 10,119 gallons, and so you can see the listing there. This fits a residential bill. So on a utility bill, you have the water, you have the sewer, you have the sanitation charges. I call it household trash on here so that you're aware of that. And then, of course, the taxes. So our average monthly bill to a average customer is $83.53. It's good to know as we try to figure out exactly how all these costs adjust. And then the detail below that is just some additional information. Wanted to share this a little bit because I think it gets a little confusing as to where does the customer's responsibilities start and stop and where do the cities. Essentially, it's at the property line or at the meter pit. And so anything on the other side of the meter pit for water that goes to the house, that's the lateral, that is the customer's responsibility. The meter itself and everything back to the main is the city's responsibility. The sewer line, it actually goes a little bit differently. The sewer lateral, where you make the tap into the sewer line, and so from that sewer line all the way over is considered the lateral. So the lateral for the sewer may be a little different than the lateral for the water. But I want to make sure we explain that because I think that gets confusing for our homeowners at times of understanding who's responsible where and when. When you open up the meter pit, and then we've got every one of us have that little round box in front of our house or in behind our house, somewhere on our property or near our property, we have what's called the meter pit. And I wanted to share with you what, if you were to open that pit up, this is what you would see. This is the smart meter that we replaced all the other mechanical meters with. This is a digital read meter, and so it is not susceptible to dirt, to different flows within the system. This reads digitally, so it bounces a signal off of the water to determine how much flow actually goes through it. You can see the dial up on top of it, but this is the type of meter that all the residential customers have. The only difference is, and like at my house, I have I believe a 1.5 inch meter. This is a 3/4 inch meter. I have a 1.5 inch meter because I utilize the same connection for my irrigation as I do for my house. And so rather than the black ends on that, it'll have a stainless steel end. And so if you open it up and see that a little bit of a difference, that's the reason why, because it's a little bit different sized meter. In there also you'll find this. This is a set valve. This is the thing that we talked about as we were doing all this work. And again, I wasn't here when it happened, but when we did this work, the set valve allows us to turn on and off the meter from central control if there's an issue within the system. It's a radio read type set valve that we can turn on and off. All of the meter pits also have the valve that you can hook a handle onto and turn it off, but these set valves are on there as well. The other doodads, that's a technical term, I believe, but for utilities, doodads, is the transmitter. The transmitter is the radio transmitter that sends a signal, and then, of course, that little black thing that's been fastened to the top of the meter pit is the antenna. And then the antenna sends a signal from there to this little, I can't think, I was going to use doodad again, but I won't. But this is the CGR repeater. And so there are 22 to 24 of these strewn throughout the city on poles that pick up the signal for that area from those antennas, and that reads the signal through to the CGRs, and then that CGR sends the signal through to the Itron software, which is connected to this system, and then the Itron software is utilized to change it to the Tyler software system, which is what we use for our billing. This is just a really representative of the CGR system and where all of the zones are at and how the meters are identified through in there. And so as we look at this, and so I just wanted to share that with you as well. These are the steps that we go from the usage to the billing, because I want to make sure our customers understand this entire process as we walk through it, because if you can understand it, then you can at least it'll help determine exactly where something did not work the way it was supposed to. So the meter reads the flow ultrasonically. The transmitter picks it up and digitizes the information. That digitized information runs through the antenna to the CGR. That information is uploaded to the Itron software. Then the Itron software, after it gets done with its work of calculating all the usage and everything, it transmits that information to the Tyler software, which we utilize at billing, and then we utilize that to download the final bill that goes out to the customer. How to read the meter, I'm not going to read this, but just so you know, this is part that I'm trying to help our customers with. So if they were to pull the box, they could actually read the meter themselves as well. So if they wanted to try to track exactly how the flow is going, This is what they would see on that meter, and these are the steps that they would take to read the meter. Be aware that if you take your utility bill out there, though, because we are built on cycles, and so we are reading, we have 20 cycles out there, and we're reading 947 meters every cycle, which is essentially one per business day. That if you take your bill, the bill will be a few days later than the reading that you're currently doing, so there may be a discrepancy within the numbers, but they should be close approximations. So just be aware of that when you're reading that. So you just want to make sure you check on that. So the date may be a little bit different than that's used on the billing. The nice thing about these ultrasonic ones, you're not sitting there watching this dial tick around on the system. It has all these info codes on there. So if you were to open up and look at the info code, if there's water flowing through the meter right now, it says flows, water is flowing through the meter. If it has a leak, if it believes that there's a leak that's actually outside of the cycle of what's normally supposed to be used, it'll say a small leak detected. It can identify a bursted leak, a bigger leak. It can tell you if there is no water in the meter. It can tell you if the meter has been tampered with physically. And it also can tell you if there's a reverse flow that is happening in the meter, which we don't like because that endangers our system. But these are the meter info codes, and so when you look at the meter itself, these codes actually happen on the left side of the meter on the bottom part of that meter. So if you were to open up and see one, watch it flow, that's what's happening there. This is another thing for our customers, find your own leak. The city is always happy to help with finding a leak, but I tell you, a lot of the things that we find is that it could be a running toilet. It could be some valve that did not shut completely off. The ones that are worse for us, because we have a lot of slab floors, is when the water line breaks underneath that slab and you can't find it. Those are the most problematic for us. But based upon the property owner's sense of urgency, this is what can help. I will say, and this is one thing I will say with the steps of finding a leak, if you take food coloring and put it into your toilet bowl, if there is a leak within your toilet bowl, even if it doesn't look like the water's moving, the food coloring will end up in the bowl itself. So you put it in the back where the water is at in the storage, it will flow if there is a leak within the seals or anything else within that system. I will tell you, and I didn't put this in the slides, but a lot of these pinhole leaks become very costly if they're not taken care of when they're supposed to. But we wanted to provide this information because as we go out there and try to discover where there's leaks and everything, this is important, because if we can stop that, then we can stop the potential of what we have to do for leak adjustments. All right, smart readers and software setup. We have a 90% read rate on our meters. Just so you know, we have 19,422, I believe, the numbers on here. I'll make sure of that. That means that if we have a 90% read ratio, we still have 1,900 meters that we have to remotely read or manually read. And so I'll show you what that means to us as well. But so there's software challenges as well too. So there is a number of formulas in there. So based upon our city code, we provide a summer credit. So those that are on meters, we provide a reduced rate because you're watering your yard and that water does not come back into our system through the sewer system. So there is a credit built into our city code that we have to account for. And so we take all of the city council's decisions on how we're going to bill and what we're going to provide incentives or discounts for, and then we have to build a set of formulas that work in there. These are all locally set. And I will say that when a formula is off, it takes us a while to do that, because generally when we find that a formula is not working, we've already sent out at least bills in 3 other cycles, because they're a cycle a day. So that's the thing that we're scared of, and that what we're trying to work on. This is what the Itron system looks like. This is the piece I wanted to share with you. Is up at the top, that little top right corner. This shows how many meters. So it's 19,441. We have 9.24%, 1,796 on this day not communicating. And so we have a 90.7% read ratio, which means that the contracted company that we hired in order to put this in there is meeting their expectations. but that means that we still have 1,700 meters this day that we're not communicating properly. What we have found is that these meters are not, it's not the same meter all the time either. So the CGR system is on a 900 megahertz system, which is the same type of system where children's walkie-talkies or a lot of different infrastructure you may have in your personal house. So there could be a lot of frequency interference. And so these meters they're not always the same meters. And so that's what our crew does as we go out and we try to radio read. They have to go back, whether with the truck mounted unit, or we have to go on and manually read when these things are not reading in order to keep the bills on the cycle. And as you can tell, this is what the 1,700 meters look like across our city. If it was in one area, it would be wonderful. It is not. We do intend to add some additional CGRs to pick up so that there is less interference on the frequencies. We have some overlap where if one CGR doesn't pick it up, another one does, but we believe that we still have some areas that we could help strengthen if we put a couple more of those CGRs up. They've been on order pre-COVID. We're just waiting for whoever the powers that be through COVID will deliver my material. As I talked about with the billing cycles, the city has 20 billing cycles. So with 19,400 accounts, we have 974 accounts per cycle. Each month has 20 to 23 days. So if you have a regular month of 20 days, Monday through Friday, we have a cycle a day. So our crew is closing out the reads for that day, and they're starting the next cycle for the radio read as well too. So we have one going in, one coming out every day of the month generally in order to get there. So any software issues that we have that has affected one of the cycles, and you guys have seen this because we've heard the complaints as well too. When we have a glitch in one cycle, it takes us a couple days working with the software company in order to get it fixed, which means now we've had 2 cycles affected or 3 cycles affected. So that's what we have to watch for with the software. Some of the other meter reading impacts to the customer, we do average bills when necessary because we want to make sure that a bill gets out to the customer. The challenge we have with the average billing is it is based upon a different 3-month usage, and generally I would say that average bills are usually less than what was actually consumed, which means that then there's a catch-up that has to happen when we finally get that meter reread. The other thing that we try to watch for with the smart meters, and this was what was the help, because we used to write in a book all those meter numbers and then bring them in and translate them into the computer, so the meter reader would write them all down. We do occasionally get transposed numbers within the manual reads. We believe we have a system now based upon the checks and balances of our other employees that we can catch those fairly quickly unless it's transposed a little bit differently. And then we still have a few meters out there that have limited access to the meter pits. So we have, sometimes we have vehicles that park over the top of it, park their tire on top of the meter pit. We have some that are still located within like in front yard fenced in areas. And so if they have pets, if they have something out there, we don't access those. And so all of this happens within there, and we're trying to limit those. We have the ability within our codes and everything to move the meter pit out of the way so that we can at least get our work done, and there's not that type of an interference with the customer as we walk through that. Here's a listing of 3, 6, 7, our main customer-related complaints and concerns. We have billings disputes. And so that may be that somebody, when they were looking at that, they don't believe that they utilized the water that they did. And so at those times, I know one of the recent ones is that we have individuals that are using less than 3,000 gallons, some of our older seniors. They're using less than 3,000 gallons a month, but our base is the base plus 3,000, so that we have had those billing disputes. We work through all of those as well too. But the billing disputes, we work internally. I'll talk a little bit about that a little farther. Leak adjustments. The challenge we have with that is that if they receive the service, then by law we're supposed to charge for that service based upon what the utility laws are within even New Mexico. But everybody that we've talked with, they have some type of leak adjustment policy in order to help offset those extraordinary costs of a system not working the way it is, no matter who's at fault. So we'll talk a little bit about those. The general account questions, we have a lot of those conversations come in. I believe that a lot of it is our senior population, and they're more comfortable with talking one-on-one with an individual rather than doing anything online, rather than doing it that way. So there's a lot of calls that come through for the general account questions. Online account access, that's been a big one here recently. So in December, we did a big security update within our Tyler system. And I'll show you, I've got a screen for this as well too, but what happened is that everybody had to then re-log their information on. And so our cost for doing better security is that the inconvenience to somebody that now we have to change that system for that. I don't know which way I would go because IT makes me change my password every 2 months. And I'm running out of good names that I can remember. Complaint we get a lot is calls not being answered or returned. We've been working hard on that one. I believe that we've got a system in place to help with that. The meter pit access, that inconveniences our meter readers and causes at times the average. And then of course the broadband reads of the meters. Those are, I don't know of anything else that is happening out there with our customers that affects something that is not on this list. I think this is our list of what we see. Wanted to talk a little bit about what we do to try to help our individuals that have struggled with payments, struggle with just their expenses and such. We have payment plans and arrangements. If a customer falls behind in their billing, we will work with you to catch up. The law says I have to collect for the service. It doesn't say how quickly I have to collect. And so we will, if somebody cannot pay for one reason or another, medical reasons, job reasons, whatever, we can work out a payment plan and we can catch them up over a period of time and keep them operating. We have customer assistance programs out there. I know there's other individuals, firms and such within New Mexico that can provide customer assistance as well too. We can help hook up to those services as well. And then, of course, the thing that we've been talking a lot about, the state of New Mexico already has their program operating. You as a city council would be talking about utilizing some of that American Rescue Plan funding in order to help anybody impacted by COVID to catch their bills up if they've fallen behind. So we have a lot of customer assistance programs out there in order to assist with that. This document, and I've only given a copy to the city council right now because it is still in draft format. This is something I've talked a little bit about with staff, or quite a bit about with staff. So the city code provides some very broad criteria as to how we're going to perform as a utility entity and how we're going to work with our customers and everything. So there is not a lot of information if you read the city code as to how to help somebody with a leak, how to help somebody with an issue that they're having with their billing. So we've created this document because I believe that if we can share it with the customer and I can utilize it for training of the staff, we'll fix the disconnect that we've had. It used to be that we had a stack of city manager memos or city council decisions saying we need to find a way to take care of this. The problem is that none of our customers ever see that information, so we've created this document to cover that ability. It has our obligations within there. That first sheet talks about the rights and responsibilities of how the citizens will understand what the city's willing to do for them within that system. I believe this will go a long way. We are going to build this document out. It has the general rules and regulations and the guidelines for billing, but then it goes into the specific utility guidelines for water, sewer, and it'll go for sanitation with solid waste. Solid waste is really not a utility, but it is treated that way because it's on our utility bill. Or in our case, I guess we've always called it a water bill. It is a utility bill because we have more than one service on there. But so this guide, we're hoping, will be very helpful to answer a lot of those questions that you always see on Facebook and always see when you get the phone calls and everything as to what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to help? We have created a leak adjustment policy in the back of this. We have also created the payment plan process. All of that is out there. I was going to talk just briefly about the citizen self-serve portal. So anybody that does bill pay or online pay, this is the screen that they find when they go on to the self-serve portal. So in December 2021, we had to do a security update that really, I have to say that it was for the right reasons, but we didn't anticipate that it changing all of our systems the way we are. So if you have different email systems, there is a different way to log in. So if you have an iPhone, there's one way to log in. If you have an Android phone, there's another way to log in. If you're one of those old timers that has a Yahoo account or an AOL account, because there's a way to do an AOL email account as well too, then there's different processes with going through this. Our staff, if you reach out to our staff, they will help walk you through that again in order to make sure that it is there. You can utilize your email address as well too. And I think this has been the most frustrating one when we look at all the different issues and complaints and concerns that we've had. This is the one that's most frustrating because I've already set it up. I've already done this. Why am I having a problem today and I didn't for the last 3 years? These are the most frustrating for our customer base. And so this is the one that we've spent a little bit of time on trying to make sure that they're out there. I know we're working on some how-to guides so that you can, new customers will be able to understand if you have this type of an email address, this is how it takes to go log on there. Some of the final points. You know, even through all of this, less than 1% of our customer base have had any problems in the last 3 years. It has not been, there's not that many individuals, and I'm erring on the conservative side and saying there's more there because 1% is about 194 customers. As best as I can tell, and looking at all the concerns that have been out on Facebook, as all the concerns that we've had phone calls on, we're looking at 40 to 50 customer accounts that have had issues. It is not that many, but even one account issue is too many in our estimation. But we are working on each one of those. I think one of the things I will say about that I think has been the most challenging for some of these customers is that because we have not had this document, we've not had a set way of how to deal with the complaint, our people have been left without the tools in order to help our customers. And I think that was one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we changed. So when a customer calls in on a billing complaint and it takes 3 years to fix it, that's too long. 3 months, 4 months should be tops with any type of complaint that comes in. So that's been most of the frustration that I've seen out on Facebook is that, well, I had an issue in 2019. I'm still awaiting the call back. Why haven't I gotten my call back? And now I'm having this new issue, and so now it's all compounded up on top. We've got that working that way. We believe the service guide will help with that. We're doing additional employee training, and we're also doing a lot of additional work on answering the phones and how to answer the phones and how to direct. We actually have a system in place all the way through. I'll show you that on the last slide as well too. One of the last things I want to say to you and share with you is we are intending to do a larger account audit. We're going to check all 19,000 accounts out because as we've moved them over and as we've discovered that we've had a variety of issues with these individual accounts, we want to go back and make sure that all the formulas are working correctly. And so the only way to do that is to go into each account, look back at their history, pull it forward, and make the adjustments within there. We're hopeful. We're actually looking at how we're going to do that right now. We have been utilizing certain staff in order to conduct sample account reviews so that we can kind of determine exactly what we will find as we look at everybody as a whole. Our timeline of the audit review, we plan to start it in April of 2022, and it'll take as long as it takes to get through 19,477 accounts appropriately and correctly. So as we get through those issues, we'll try to figure out exactly what that impact is. Just some contact information. I think that was something else I saw in a lot of the complaints and concerns is that who am I supposed to talk to? And we have a phone number on our website for the utility billing office. Again, It's been my request of staff that we fix this at the lowest possible common denominator. So if our service people at the window can help them, we do it there. Crystal Treadwell is our billing supervisor. She is there, and she has the ability to make adjustments to the accounts if necessary, if there's legitimate reasons for that. Janie Davies, our finance officer. Juan Fuentes, our administrative services director. And of course, Mike Matthews and I stand ready to help if somebody reaches out to us. Hopefully it doesn't get that far up the chain, but if it does, it does. So the utility billing office number there, they are in that building from 8:30 to 4, Monday through Friday. At least that's according to our website. If we update that and correct that, then we'll change that. But Mr. Mayor, City Council, I can answer any questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have Councilor Foster and Councilor Oropesa. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Nebb, you said there was a formula for the sewer. Am I close enough to I can't hear myself over there, so that's good. But it used to, I was told it used to be that the winter, they'd take 3 winter months usage, and then that was your average they would use for the rest of the year.
And it's actually within our city code. It is not. If you read the code directly, it is taking the average bills 3 months, not your average bill. But again, we have problems with somebody buying a new house and not having that history. We have problems with somebody changing accounts from one to another, and so I believe that is in the city code. So yeah, we try to use that average of the winter because you're not irrigating your lawn at that point in time, and we try to transpose that over the summer months.
Well, and I'd always advise someone that had a leak over the winter to call the water department and say, okay, can you subtract this month? We had a water leak, so that they don't pay that sewer for 12 months.
The hard part for that is that we had no policy written for how to handle a leak.
Well, and I'm not talking about paying for the water. I'm just saying, don't use that as my average, because that extra 20,000 gallons.
Because they had a leak. Because they had a leak.
That
yes.
wasn't something I should pay sewer on for the rest of for 12 months. And then the other question I think you answered with the map was that the customers outside the city limits, they have the readable.
Yes, all customers that are on our utility service. So if they're getting water and sewer from us, they are on our same system. And so, we have water that runs all the way out to Bottomless Lakes, but we have a master meter set a lot closer, right near the research training facility out there, RTF building. And so then from that, they have a very long lateral from that main to their property. That's where we read at that master meter where it cuts off to go to Bottomless Lakes. Most everybody else is a little generally closer. We have changed some of our outside neighborhoods that were on a master meter to individual meters because the HOA has changed their focus, and so we've helped hook them up. And so everybody that is a residential customer has a radio read meter on their system. And so if they don't read, we go out of town to pick that up.
All right. Thank you. I yield.
I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Lopez. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. When we started discussing the smart meters way back when, 3-4 years, whatever it was, I understood, and maybe it's just me, but one of the things that was a selling point, as far as I'm concerned, was that now you would be contacted if the meter, if they read the meter that was leaking and you didn't know about it. And it seems like that's not happening.
I'll stay on this one right here. That has not been happening, not to the level that it was. I believe that what we discovered as we were going through all of this is that this Itron software, this dashboard, this is called the dashboard, actually functions very well. I think that occasionally we find some and we had one issue with one meter that had been shut off for about 6 months. It was for an apartment complex. It got turned back on. They had a water leak at their water heater, but because they had been closed down for so long, we could not figure out that whether or not that was normal usage or not. But I will say that the intent of this was to be more proactive with our responding, and that did not happen. That will be happening now. We have a gentleman in utility billing that is looking at these things, and so if there are, I don't know if we would find the slow leaks as much, but if it's a burst or if it's a big leak, we can contact the people if we can get a hold of them and stop it at that time. And that's why the SELP valve was there, was in order to stop the lost water quicker as well too. Because of it took so long to get the system done the way it was supposed to be done, because the meter installation took, I think, almost a year longer than it was supposed to as well too. And so nothing that we had talked about was able to be implemented at that time. Now we have the resources in order to get it done.
So are you saying that for small leaks, that's not going to happen? It's
Oh,
gonna be
I would
a-
hope that we can find it for every leak. The challenge is that when you look at the meter usage, sometimes small leaks may not register right away. I mean, that'll be the problem with that, because everybody's usage may be more. If I have people over at my house, then they use my bathroom a little bit more. They wash dishes in the sinks and everything. So we actually end up using more water than the family of 4 that we have. And so those are the things that we have to kind of watch for, and it is watching for whether or not it's a continuous flow. So really, I guess backing it up a little bit, if it is a continuous leak and we can determine that it's a leak, the contact can be made, small or large. I'm just a little worried that because it is basing it off of the usage with that's coming through the meter, whether or not we can identify the small ones always as a leak.
Because I'll be honest with you, when I was contacted by different individuals, this is one of the selling points,
Sure.
that you don't have to worry now. If you have a leak, you're going to get contacted. And then 2-3 years later, they're telling me, you know what, I had a leak and nobody contacted me. And so this was one of the ways that I could justify
Certainly.
my vote for the smart meters. But
I-
nevertheless, the other question that I have, is there any reason why a return envelope would have a different address than the city of Roswell?
Can you explain that a little bit farther?
I had a person call me and ask me, why did his address or the bill had the return address of, I believe it's Washington, D.C. I said, I have no idea.
Okay, all right. So we ended up sending a letter or something to somebody, and it had a different address than who the account holder was.
They received the utility bill.
All right. I will tell you that generally how that happens is if somebody doesn't keep their account up to date with the proper address, and I don't know what the situation is on this thing, but I know we've run into it where the account was set up by this individual, and again, we didn't have an address until we had our house either. So when we set up our account, when my wife set it up, we had to use an address because we had to have an address as well there too. So it could be a lot of different reasons, but generally what happens, if they contact us, we can get that updated, but more than likely there's a different account holder on that account than who is paying the bill.
But what I'm talking about is the envelope where the bill itself comes to the person has a return address, not the city of Roswell.
Okay, all right. That would be a post office issue, Counselor. I don't know. It's maybe somebody in Washington actually forwarded their mail. I have no idea
Okay.
for that
Well,
one. But if somebody receives something like that, please contact us. We'll walk it through and try to fix that.
Okay.
So,
And my last question, I guess, is are we accepting all kinds of payments? Credit card, cash,
yes, sir.
coins?
We do not accept Bitcoin yet, but we accept
No,
all.
I'm talking roll coins.
I know. Yes, we will accept cold hard cash, we will accept credit card, we will accept the payment in any form that they wish to give us. We have actually restarted, because for a while there, 2 years ago, we quit taking credit card payments over the phone.
Okay.
And we have so many people that are stuck at home or anything, could not get out, but they don't want to be impacted by any penalties or anything else, so they really wanted to do that. So we reestablished some internal controls so that information is destroyed as soon as it's provided, but we can even take credit card payments over the phone, and just to make sure. And the whole idea the whole issue with that is that we don't want to keep that information any longer than what that payment was. And so, yes, we will take payments any way possible. We will not take people's children or blood types or anything else, but we will take cash payments.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, I have Councilor Lopez, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Lopez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Nebb, I just kind of want to touch on what he had said, but first, it kind of makes me happy that the staff will help troubleshoot a leak. I didn't know that, so that's pretty neat. Thank you for that. Going back on the sensors on the water meters, that was my question. If there's a continuous flow, then is there some way where we can be contacted or the customers? And that's what I was trying to get off him. Because usually when there's continuous flow for more than 24 hours or that's probably a leak that the homeowner don't know about.
We have the ability to catch those things during normal working hours, and the challenge we have had is that we've always had something else that had to be corrected within the system. We're there now. The system is in my mind, is fully functional. It's fully ours, and so now we're going to make the adjustments to try to fix out some of those other things. So we have the ability to contact. Now, our success in contacting somebody is based upon the information that we have for the customer, because we have some accounts that are still, they pay by check, they get their hard copy in the mail, and it may not be. I know of one house that it was in the mother's name. She passed away at least 10 years ago, but the son is paying for it now, and the account has never been changed into somebody else's name. We will try to reach them.
Okay,
And
so we
that's
do
all
have,
I can promise. Is
so
that
we do have the technology to where we could flag it, and it don't have to be
Yes.
that next business day or what have you, but
Yep.
we could contact or try to contact to try and
We-
preserve that water.
And we also have the ability that if the leak is bad enough, we have the ability to go ahead and shut it off ourselves, and then get with them. We try not to do that much because we don't know what'll happen with inside the house when that happens. But if it is a bad leak, especially in a yard, we're flooding a yard or something, we have the ability to shut that off until we can get a hold of the right people in order to get that taken care of. So,
All right, thank you, sir.
thank you.
I have Councilor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Just a statement that for those out there that have any problems, I've had several people, I wouldn't say several, but when folks do contact me with an issue between Ms. Davies and that department, they get on it immediately. I have the folks call me back within the middle of the day saying it's been taken care of. And so staff is willing to work with folks, and I'm grateful. It is a small amount, but unfortunately, you get 2 or 3 on social media, and you think that the whole city's just about to explode with their water problems. But they will get on it immediately, and I'm very appreciative of that staff and the hard work they do.
Thank you.
That exhausts my list. We'll move on to item number 4. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee that I move to approve proposed ordinance 2201, amending Article 60 of the Roswell zoning code specifically relating to signs.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Perry to have a public hearing and consider adoption of proposed ordinance 22-01. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As was just stated, we are asking that you hold a public hearing to consider revisions to Article 60 of the zoning code, which relates to signs. It governs both commercial and personal signs that are located in the city, addressing all types of, size, shape, wear, all the different aspects of signs within the city limits. The issue that we're particularly kind of trying to address here are those signs which are erected in the rights-of-way. That's the major issue that kind of brought us to this proposed change. Right now, what it says in our sign ordinance is that they're just totally prohibited. You cannot put a sign in the right-of-way. That has not been the way that things have actually been done historically or even now, which has led to a lot of conundrums for code enforcement trying to figure out how to address such a widespread practice that's technically not permitted by the code. In the past, what has happened is that we've had various administrative directives that come from the city manager that give some guidance on how to enforce those and when to enforce them and when not to enforce them. And so the idea here was to, rather than trying to make reality fit the law, to make the law fit reality, which is an easier prospect. And so what we would propose is that signs that are maybe placed in the right-of-way, if the sign meets all the other requirements, like it's not in the sight triangle, it's not blocking the right-of-way so that people can walk, all the other requirements that are in there. So as long as it's meeting the requirements of the sign code and the property owner that abuts that right-of-way gives the permission, or they're the ones putting the sign there, that sign can be placed there. So that would be what the major amendment that we're proposing. The other thing that we're looking at doing is revising what are called temporary signs, or what we're going to call temporary signs. Right now, the sign ordinance just kind of name checks a couple different types of signs, political signs, special event signs, things like that, and says, and has kind of different rules for each one. What I would propose, because I think it's a better approach, is rather than get into what's on the face of the sign, create a general term of temporary signs, which are signs that relate to a particular event or occurrence, and then say, within 5 days after that event or occurrence takes place, please take your sign down so that, we don't have these things littering all over the city with, redundant and out-of-date signs. So that's the idea. I didn't put this on the slide, but the other thing that we are proposing here is to clarify an enforcement mechanism of code enforcement. It's right towards the end of the ordinance. You'll see what does code enforcement do when they find one of these signs that's not in conformity. Of course, they always have the option to cite the owner and do all of that, but in the alternative or at the same time, however the enforcement wants to go, they have the ability to take that sign down and then leave a notice that says, we've got your sign, and then the property owner has a certain amount of time to come get their sign, or if they don't come and get their sign, then code enforcement will dispose of that. So with that, legal committee did vote unanimously to recommend that you consider these changes to Article 60, and last month there was a vote of 8-1 at the regular meeting of the council to hold a public hearing and consider these amendments. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing. As such, even if you have not signed up to speak on this matter, you may do so. I did have one person signed to speak. I will call that person forward at this time, Mr. Tim Jennings. Please come forward, state your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, members of the audience, on this particular ordinance, I had an awful lot of constituents that were cited.
Hang on a second. What's the problem?
Mr. Jennings, I apologize. Would you state your name and your address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Tim Jennings, 2716 North Pennsylvania, number 48. I had it in the last, at the beginning of this thing, I had a number of individuals who were cited, and I felt that if they were cited and then someone comes along and changes the ordinance, or elected official or appointed official changes the ordinance, I think those people should have been given notice that they were cited. I think I was the only ones, we were the only people that were cited, but I think they should have been given a letter saying that there was an error made or something, why they changed this ordinance, if it's going to mean anything. I would tell you I'd also contacted the New Mexico Municipal League, which I would hope that your attorneys contacted them, because they said they've had a number of problems with this, and what they said was that people have a lot of freedom of speech, that a lot of issues that you can't, that they have to go to court for and they end up losing quite a bit. So I would ask that you would contact your Ms. League and check on that. When you come out and you're going to say something is a temporary sign, I'm going to tell you that what is a temporary sign? And I would just tell you to look in people's homes, in front of their homes and everything else. You have signs in Roswell that appear to be temporary to me. But, you know, I don't think a sign that says F someone or F someone else, whether they be Republican or Democrat, are temporary signs. And yet I think under the Constitution, I guess, I'm not sure whether they have to be removed or not, or a sign that says I'm pro someone, a Republican or pro a Democrat or pro anybody. Is that a temporary sign if you put it on a flagpole or if you put it in front of your house? I think these are all things, and I don't know that a person that can put a sign like that in front of their house can be permanent and not declared a temporary sign. I'm going to say you need to be real careful on this, or you're going to end up back in court again, because I think there are a lot of things that are going on now out in communities with people have items stating religious preference or anything else out in front of their homes that they might think are permanent and you might think are temporary. And when you go to court on losing, going to court on what something is, the Constitution will prevail. So I'd ask that you look at that. One other thing on signs that are in Roswell, I would ask that you go forth and require businesses when they change or leave to take their
Mr.
sign
Jennings,
down.
the time has expired.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry to bother you all.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this ordinance? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in opposition? Let the record reflect no one chose to speak in opposition. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in support of this ordinance? Anyone wishing to speak in support? Let the record reflect no one chose to speak in support. Do I have anyone online wishing to speak on this matter? Let the record reflect that no one chose to speak who was online. At this time, I will turn to the council. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to clarify that we're not talking about what people can put in their yard. We're talking about the right-of-way, which most people get confused about. They think that it is their yard, but the right-of-way is city property. If someone has a sign by their house, we can't tell them take it down. But if it's in the right-of-way, that is, we can, and that's what we're dealing with here. And the major portion, I mean, a lot of people think this is about the political signs, but technically every realtor sign that I've seen in the last, well, I shouldn't say everyone, most realtor signs that I see are illegally placed by this ordinance. And we're not going to go around and pull up all realtor signs. We want homes sold. We want that. And so this ordinance is allowing them to place the signs in the right-of-way that is city property. And so basically, we're just trying to, I think the best thing is we're making reality, or the law fix or hit reality instead of trying to make reality hit the law. So, thank you.
All right. I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. Councilor Perry.
Mayor. So I apologize. Quick question for legal, and then a comment on Section 3, page 11 of our packet, Section 3, line 23, which would be number 4, concerning that. The 5 days after the occurrence, that is like within the real estate sales, that would be 5 days after the sale of the real estate, or after. That's what I'm trying to understand there.
Right. So I would interpret that to be the closing of the, real estate deal occurs when there's a closing and the deed is exchanged and the transfer of ownership occurs. That would be the occurrence of the sale would be how I would interpret that.
Okay. And I just wanted to make a comment that years and years and years ago when sign ordinance came about, I did spend some time with Bill Fulgenetti with the New Mexico Municipal League, and also Randy Van Fleck, who is the attorney for the Municipal League, was the attorney at the time, because I wanted to make sure that we weren't stepping into grounds that we should not be. Many things at that time were removed from the consideration in order to get to a place that especially Randy Van Fleck felt like that it should be. I feel at this time that what we're doing here is making this even more accessible for folks to be able to utilize signage. This is not being more prohibited. This is taking prohibitions away and making it even more accessible for folks to be able to utilize that First Amendment right and to speak their voice. And so I would be in favor, because this does take a proactive state to make it even better for the citizens. I yield.
All right. I have no one else on my list. I do want to clarify one thing, and I'm not sure it's Mr. Nebb or Mr. Patterson. Has anyone been cited? I've heard that statement before, but I'm a little confused.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, no one has been cited. I will state that within code enforcement, they utilize the same documentation door hanger in order to do a citation or a notice of education that your sign is in violation. A true citing would have a court date on it and would have the need to resolve that issue. The items that we sent out is that based upon where the code was at the time, they were in violation. We wanted to give them that cautionary notice that the sign should be on your property, not on city property. There was I can understand where some of them feel that they were cited, but nobody was cited, because that would have involved informing them of what the fine is, informing them of what the court date is, and so none of that happened. I think the confusion came is that we used the same document and we scratched out the parts that we didn't want to use.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I now have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Lopez. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I respectfully disagree with our city manager, because I did see two citations, and I call them citations because they're on city letterhead. And if it was a warning, and I understand they didn't have to go to court or anything like that, because it wasn't mandated on the form itself. But if it was a warning, I think it would behoove us to put the word warning on there and let them know that there was no action that's going to be taken. The way I saw it, if I saw it and not really read through it, I would feel that it was a citation myself. And and because of the confusion that we have had, even the last election, to me it doesn't matter whether we pass this or we don't pass it, because I feel that it's not going to be enforced anyway. Because we went through this 2 years ago, and we were supposed to have taken care of it for this election. And so here we are, still talking about it. And so whether this passes or not, I in my personal opinion, it really doesn't matter, because I don't feel that it's going to be enforced anyway. Thank you.
Councilor Lopez, you have the floor, and that exhausts my list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Nebb, is there any way we could create literature without that legal stuff on there? That way it could ease up these confusion and communicate with our citizens in a better way?
Yes, sir. In my mind, I think that is that softer approach that we want to get to. Again, anytime we have a code enforcement, which this is kind of a code enforcement violation as well too, we always take it, and I know every one of our officers treat it that way, is that the person that is being notified that there's a violation is not aware that they're in violation. So we should be treating it always as that, as, hey, by the way, did you know that the city code says X or the state law says X? And in my mind, if we can utilize a different form, I think with what Councilor Opesa said as well too, somewhere on it, it should say exactly what the specifics of what we were trying to do with that. But I know that in my staff's minds, they did not cite anybody, but yes, sir. I believe that we should do some type of those type of notifications if there's not a formal action that is coming behind it.
All right, thank you, sir.
I have Counselor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
For our attorney, I just received a question from one of my constituents that's evidently watching at this time. Where does the First Amendment end? It was brought up about signs that have vulgarity concerning one person or another that are in yards. I have had in a particular area 2 or 3 constituents that have contacted me concerning a sign. Not that they necessarily disagree with the sign, but they're having their children ask about it, and it becomes very troubling to them. I know that there's an end to the First Amendment when it comes to nudity on billboards and different things said. There's certain words you still cannot use on public television, etc. Where does the First Amendment end with that?
Well, that is a complicated question, but for our purposes, with regard to personal speech by individuals, which are the signs that we put out, the First Amendment, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, part of your freedom of speech is choosing how you want to express yourself. In other words, we can't tell you, you can only express yourself by using these words. You can only use those words, right? And so in fact, what the Supreme Court has said is sometimes using those kinds of words is part of your message in that they convey your emotion or your feeling about it, right? I don't like so-and-so, and, a more emphatic way to express that, one expresses it differently than the other, and so part of that is that you get to choose your words. And I do appreciate your and a lot of citizens' concerns about signs that are out there that have vulgarity on them, but from a First Amendment point of view, that is distinguishable from some of the examples which you gave, such as public television, for various reasons. As a person expressing my political opinions, I have extreme breadth of I can say what I want, basically.
Thank you.
At this time, I have no one on my list. As this is a proposed ordinance, I will ask for a roll call vote. A yes or aye approves proposed ordinance 22-01. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Lopez?
Aye.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Sanchez? No. Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes 8-2. Right.
Are we going to have the vote displayed here? I want to make sure everybody's activating their vote boxes. All right. Next up, item number 5, Counselor Stubbs.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee that I move to approve proposed ordinance 22-02, repealing section 16-9 of the Roswell City Code and replacing it with chapter 14, article 5, Clean Air Act.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to have a public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 2202. Mr. Mavers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Proposed ordinance 2202 is in response to a need to update our Clean Air Act to deal with the effects of the cannabis ordinance, cannabis legislation that has been passed several months ago. Our current ordinance does not have any provisions for cannabis, nor does it have any provisions for vaping products. So we need to bring it up to date. The City Council previously determined that the smoking of tobacco and other plants is a health hazard, and it continues to be concerns to many people in the city, including our public health officials who we have met with several times between last September and now in developing this ordinance. City Council determined also that the right to breathe clean and unpolluted air is a human right. This determination was done previously all the way back in 2004. So this is the first significant update since 2004. City of Roswell believes that clean and unpolluted air, again, is a human right, and secondhand smoke should not be considered not just a nuisance. Again, the adoption of the Cannabis Ordinance creates additional urgency for this ordinance update. In fact, I would stress that there is a sense of urgency is over the past 30 days or so, there's been a dramatic increase in the number of inquiries into the Planning and Zoning Department relative to cannabis establishments, including dispensaries, on-site consumption facilities, as well as temporary or special events, all of which could have the possibility of including on-site consumption. Okay. Again, some minor just updates on some of the changes. We have to include some additional findings, purpose, and intent, additional definitions related to vape products and cannabis. The prohibition of smoking, we have updated that to include locations and rationales for certain exemptions as well. Unregulated smoking areas, our declaration as a non-smoking establishment has been updated as well. Enforcement protocols updated and brought into current compliance with state law and other recommendations from public health officials. Violations and penalties, same situation. And then, of course, the effective date has been updated. The legal committee did recommend 4-0 at their meeting on December 16th, and the city council voted 8-1 at their meeting on January 13th, that the city council hold a public hearing and consider adoption of this ordinance 22002, which will repeal section 16-9 of the Roswell City Code and replace it with Chapter 14, Article 5, the City of Roswell Clean Air Act. We stand for questions.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as this is a public hearing, even if you did not sign up to speak on this matter, you may do so at this time. Is there anyone present in the audience who would wish to speak in opposition to this proposed ordinance? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Let the record reflect no one chose to speak in opposition. Is there anyone here present who would like to speak in support of this proposed ordinance? Anyone wishing to speak in support? Let the record reflect no one chose to speak in support. Is there anyone online wishing to speak on this matter? Let the record reflect no one online wished to speak on this matter. Councilors, at this time, questions, comments, debate. I have no one on my screen. Therefore, I will call for a vote. This will be a roll call vote as it is a proposed ordinance. A yes or aye approves proposed ordinance 22-02. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Lopez?
Aye.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Moore? I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Robeck?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, the motion passes 9-1.
All right, thank you. Next up, item number 6, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the District Committee, I move that we approve ratify repair work for manhole repair to J Services in the amount of $75,267.64.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to authorize expenditures for Atkins Sewer manhole repair. Mr. Sanchez, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here asking you this evening to ratify the repair work for a manhole repair to J&H Services in an amount of $75,267.64. During the construction operations of the North Atkinson project, which is currently underway, it was discovered that 4 manholes had severe manhole distress. This is the last of the 4 manholes that were in need of repair for change order number 1. The 3 other manhole repairs were already approved at the November 22nd, 2021 Infrastructure Committee and the December 9th, 2021 City Council meeting. This quote right here, all the other manholes were inspected in the construction project, the prior 3. This one's out of that construction zone. That's why we had to add an additional 4th. The expense is a little bit higher because it is out. We're gonna have to do some more asphalt replacement and encase it in flowable fill. And also the sewer line was in some casing that had to be cut open in order to do the bypass pumping. And in the photo right there on the PowerPoint, you can see the pump. There's 2 pumps that pumps it from one manhole to another. And that's how we get all the sewage from one line to another to allow you to get the sewer line replacement done. This item is to be funded in the FY 2022 sewer department budget. This repair was not part of the approved fiscal year 2022 sewer line department budget. This repair will require a budget amendment to fund the project in the current sewer department budget. The infrastructure committee did recommend this 3-0 at their meeting on January 24th, 2022. And with that, I stand for any questions.
All right, councilors, I have Councilor Pesa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. The 4th manhole is out of the actual project?
Yes, sir, Counselor.
Is that correct?
It is just south of the other 3 that were done. So
South-
it is out of the construction project. The project, I want to say, starts approximately, not for sure, it's about 200 foot off of 2nd Street, going to the north, and this one's out of that footage where the project originally started. It's just south of that.
Oh, okay. So I was thinking that it might have been toward Cherry Street where we're still going to have some construction going on.
Right. And when, in the next phase of the North Atkinson project, we will inspect the next manholes prior to that other project beginning to make sure we don't run into having coming to backtrack on it.
Okay, thank you.
I have no other individuals requesting to speak on this matter. Therefore, at this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the expenditure for the Atkinson sewer manhole repair. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Next up, item number 7, Councilor Roebuck.
At the recommendation of the Infrastructure Committee, I move that we approve to ratify the replacement of water lines for North Atkinson Rehabilitation Project to J&H Services in the amount of $762,651.01.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to authorize the expenditure of funds for the Atkinson water line replacement work. Mr. Sanchez, long time no see.
Back again. Mr. Mayor, City Council, on the North Atkinson water line replacement work, here asking you to consider approval to ratify replacement of the water lines for the North Atkinson Rehabilitation Project to J&H Services in the amount of $762,651.01. A little background, during construction operations of the North Atkinson project, which is currently underway, it is discovered that there is severe mainline, water mainline distress. Upon inspection by the Utilities Department, it is determined that the water main lines need to be replaced. As this falls in within the current work zone of J&H Services, a quote was requested, and upon review of the quote, J&H was authorized to proceed work and ordering of parts. This work is to be completed as change order number 2. Kind of little history on this. This water line replacement was originally scheduled for replacement. Whenever we first started the project, we wanted to replace all the water lines.
that's when COVID hit. So we had meetings with the administration and it's determined that we're going to try to postpone it because we did a lot of budget cuts. So we did pull that out of the project. Once they removed the asphalt and the bridge that was bridging the kind of the road over the main lines and we got to the dirt, the construction equipment started rupturing the main line. There's a picture right there on the far left. You can see both photos on the left. You can see where just driving the equipment over the top. They weren't hit by equipment. They're just driving over the top of it. So it started blowing out. So we have no choice but to get these upgraded and replaced now. Not we actually know we do have the budget for it. Okay, and financial consideration. This item will be funded by the Water Enterprise Fund. This water mainline replacement was not part of the approved FY22 water maintenance budget. This will require a budget amendment. The Infrastructure Committee did recommend 3-0 at their meeting on 24th, 2022 for approval. With that, I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Councilors, questions, comments, debate? Seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the expenditure of the funds for the Atkinson waterline replacement work. Change order number 2.
Yes.
A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0.
Thank you.
Next up, item number 8, Councilor Roebuck.
Mr. Mayor, at the recommendation of the Infrastructure Committee, I move that we award the Hondo River Trail rebid ITB 22-003 to J&H Services of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the amount of $209,196.60, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to award ITB 22-003 Hondo Trail rebid. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, good evening. What you have before you is the award of ITB-22-003 Hondo Trail rebid. If you remember a couple of months ago, we bid it. The DOT disqualified J&H because their paperwork was about a few days late, but a few days late is still past the deadline. We rebid it. J&H was again the low bidder at the amount shown. We do have a trail grant for $110,000 that will help pay for it. Infrastructure took it to, we took it to infrastructure and they recommended 4-0, and I stand for any questions.
Questions, councilors? Questions, comments, or debate? Real quick, does this include replacing that fence?
Excuse me? The fence?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
This is totally the trail.
Just
And
on
the fence, we put up a couple of times before,
It keeps coming
and
down.
it keeps disappearing, so we're not even going to mess with it.
Okay, understand. All right, at this time, councilors, as I have no one wishing to speak on this matter, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves ITB 22-003 for the Hondo River Trail rebid. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Next up, item number 9, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Infrastructure Committee, I move that we award, that we approve the award of E. Hobson Road Improvements ITB 22-013 CNLP 20023 to Constructors, Inc. of Carlsbad in the amounts of $1,320,458.76, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to approve the award of ITB 22-013 East Hobson Road improvements. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor and Council, Engineering is very proud of this project and the next two projects, the next two items which we will be discussing. This is the East Hobson Road. We submitted 4 projects last year to the DOT for their caller projects. We were awarded 3 out of 4. This project and the next 2 projects, the DOT will fund 95%. We only pay 5%. This did go to infrastructure, recommended 4-0. As you see the picture, this is East Hobson Road. We're going to do a full depth reclamation of the existing surfacing, put an overlay, build the shoulder so it'll be safer. And I stand for any questions. One comment, see the tanks there? They're no longer there. Remember those tanks, because I'm going to, at the end of the night, I'll be referencing those tanks.
Questions, comments for Mr. Nahar? I have one quick one. This is, I have Councilor Orpesa. Councilor Orpesa, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Is Hobson Street, this particular street, in the city limits?
Yes, sir. What we're looking in there is at the intersection of Wyo Road and Hobson. The east right-of-way of Wyo Road is in the city limits. And just to probably give you more information, the perimeter road around the airport belongs to the city, and it's in dire need of work, which we hope to get more funding future. But yes, this portion of Hobson is ours up to the east right-of-way of Wyo Road.
So the county is not responsible for any part of it?
Negative.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question. This does not include that 285 rebuild effort, right?
No, what the 285 geometry rechange, that's a joint effort between the DOT and the county. But they're aware, we gave them a copy of these plans, so we're a little bit ahead of the game because we've already improved ours up to our portion, and now they got to come and tie to ours.
Any hope for that intersection rebuild?
It's in the works.
Okay.
It is in the works.
All right, councilors, no one else is on my list to speak. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the allocation of $1.3 million to ITB 22-013 East Hobson Road improvements. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Next up, item number 10, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Infrastructure Committee, I move that we approve the award of West Mcgaffey Street Rehabilitation, ITB 22014, CNLP 20021 to Constructors, Inc. of Carlsbad, NM, in the amount of $905,342.51, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Lopez to approve ITB 22-014 West Mcgaffey Street Rehabilitation. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, again, engineering is proud of this one. This will be another one that the DOT selected. 95% of the funding will be reimbursed from the DOT. This project is from Mcgaffey west past Wyoming to the city limit line. We'll be doing a mill and fill like we just did on South Washington. So we'll be milling out 3 inches, putting in 3 inches, 88 intersections and sidewalk, and I stand for any questions.
Questions, comments, or debate, councilors? Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since we're going to spend a lot of money on this project, is there any plans of addressing any issues with infrastructure as far as water lines or sewer lines or anything like that?
With this project, no, sir, we're not, because this one is just a mill and fill. The problem we had on Atkinson was we took out 18 inches from the top of the road, so that was part of it. But on this one, there is no, the last main water problems, if you'll remember, was on Union, just to the east of there, and we fixed that leak. But as far as I'm aware, and Lorenzo Sanchez here, we had not have not had any water or sewer problems on the stretch of this road.
Okay, thank you.
I have no one else on my list. At this time, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves the award of ITB 22-014 West Mcafee Street Rehabilitation in the amount of approximately $905,000. A yes or I approves that. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any,
Aye.
and any opposed, please say nay. Councilor Moore, I don't have your vote on my screen. There it is. And the vote is 10-0. Next up, item number 11. Councilor Roebuck.
I know, so popular. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Infrastructure Committee, I move that we approve purchase order requisition for Brasher Asphalt, Inc. of Albuquerque for NovaChip pavement maintenance in the amount of $976,386.04, which includes GRT. Procurement is utilizing statewide pricing agreement.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to approve the purchase order requisition from Brasher Asphalt, Nova Chip. Mr. Nahar.
Mr. Mayor and Council, let me just add a couple of statements that I didn't have planned, but Mr. Oropesa asked some questions, and these projects we had shelf ready, because engineering will always try to stay ahead. We're already shelf ready to turn in some other projects, and Councilor Oropesa, the next project, one of the projects we'll be turning in was the one that was not selected last year, and that's Atkinson from Cherry to College, and we are including sewer, manholes, and water lines, especially since we're going 18 inches deep. And this work that I'm explaining to you for this item, next year, I'm going to be asking, or within a month or so when we go to DOT, I'm going to jump on 2nd Street. And after this presentation, you'll probably understand why. This project before you is the Nova Chip. If you'll recall, we've already Nova Chipped on Main Street from College to Country Club. We've already Nova Chipped College from Main to Atkinson. We've already Nova Chipped Atkinson from College to Terra Berenda. So now what this is going to do, we're going to Nova Chip Main Street from Mcgaffey all the way to College, tying into what we've already done. So Main Street will be Nova Chipped from Mcgaffey all the way to Country Club when this project is done. Again, this is a 95% reimbursement from the DOT. Frazier will be doing the hot recycling, the Nova Chip, and I'll be coming back to council for a striping PO so we can stripe the work once we're done. And I stand for any questions.
Councilors? Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. The 5% that the city is responsible for, is that coming out of the street designation money, the 100,000 or whatever it was?
If you'll recall, councilors and mayor, on the road fund budget, we did have a line item called TPF reimbursements for applications, and I believe we put 120,000 in that line item, which is going to help cover our 5% on these 3 projects.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no other questions and no other individuals wishing to speak on this matter. So at this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase order requisition as presented. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0.
Thank you, council.
Ladies and gentlemen, items number 12 and 13 were approved as consent items when the agenda was adopted. We now move on to item number 14. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee. I move to approve Ascent Aviation Services Corporation's request of 5,250 square feet, more or less, in Building 100 for ground servicing equipment maintenance and storage for a term commencing March 1st, 2022 through February 28th, 2027 for an initial rent amount of $23,570.40 payable in 12 monthly installments with an annual rent increase of CPIU or 3%, whichever is greater, including all other terms and conditions in the lease agreement.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the lease for Building 100 to Ascent Aviation Services Corporation. Mr. Stark.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. As Counselor Stubbs mentioned, this is a renewal to Ascent Aviation, who's been in the building for about a year now. This is a 5-year lease beginning March 1st, and a annual price of $23,570.40. Monthly rent is $1964.20. And it did go through legal on the 27th with a 4-0 recommendation. I stand for questions.
Questions or comments or debate, councilors? I see none. I will now ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record reflect the vote was 9-0 with 1 abstention. Councilor Lopez. Next up, item number 15. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, at the recommendation of the Legal Committee, I move to approve to authorize Ascent Aviation Services Corporation to enter into a lease of an area of land for an airport operation area consisting of 9,500 square feet of land, more or less, for the purpose of ground servicing equipment storage for a term commencing March 1st, 2022 through February 28th, 2023, for a rent amount of $11,400 payable in 12 monthly installments, including all other terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Foster to approve an airport operating area AOA land lease to Ascent Aviation Services. Mr. Stark.
This lease is for 9,500 square feet inside the airport operating fence. It's basically for the same purpose as Building 100 is. It's ground service equipment, but this equipment is too large to store inside the building, but needs the security of being inside the airport fence. It is a 1-year lease, $950 a month, $11,400 per year, and did go through legal on the 27th with a 4-0. I stand for questions.
I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. What is the going rate per square foot at the base?
10 cents a square foot per year.
10 cents? Wow. Okay, thank you.
I think you're referring to dirt, correct? Just bare dirt, not for buildings, correct?
So that's for the land itself. Is that what you're asking?
Right.
Yes, for the land it's 10 cents per square foot per year.
It seems very, very cheap. Thank you.
All right, I have no other questions or comments. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease of space of airport operating area land to Ascent Aviation Services as presented. A no or nay rejects the lease. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Passes 9-0 with 1 abstention. Councilor Lopez. Next up is item number 16. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the request or recommendation of the Legal Committee. I move to approve Avis Rent-A-Car Systems LLC, also DBA Budget Rent-A-Car System, Inc., for a lease of Air Center Terminal counter space of 109 square feet more or less, and office space consisting of 256 square feet more or less, 10 parking spaces near the Air Center Terminal, and an area of land consisting of 4,085 square feet more or less to operate a rental car agency for a term commencing March 1st, 2022 through February 28th, 2027 for a rent amount of $30,754.68 payable in 12 monthly installments, or 8% of combined monthly gross revenues, whichever is greater, for the first year of the lease. The second year, the rent will increase by 3% or CPIU, whichever is greater, or 9% of the combined monthly gross revenue, or whichever is greater, and years 3 through 5, the rent shall increase by 3% CPIU, whichever is greater, to 10% of combined monthly gross revenues, including all other terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve a authorization of Avis Rent-A-Car Systems to enter into a lease of Air Center Terminal space. Mr. Stark.
Councilors, this lease and the next one after this are both concession lease, so they're a little bit different, as Councilor Stubbs had a lot to read there. So I don't want to run through all the numbers. I think she hit them pretty well, but basically we have a base rate that they'll pay no matter how much their revenue is, and then a percentage on top of that will replace it if it's more. The base goes up by 3% per year in the second and third years, and then we get to and it'll continue to go up. The base rate will continue to go up 3%, but when we get to 10% in the third year, it'll stay that way through the rest of the 5-year lease. We get to touch on these and go to fair market value with these jumps every 5 years as we do that. The next time it may change a little more, it may not change at all, but 10% is about the going rate for other airports for the concessions on this, so that's what we're going to. And it did go through legal with a 4-0 recommendation. I stand for questions.
All right. I have Counselor Perry. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
I will just mention, because I did have a couple of people ask me today, and why these are so much higher than maybe some of the other things at the airport. These were done many years ago when Spencer was in charge of our contracts and everything out at the Air Center. We had a very, very low rate, and we had actually one company that had rented one of the spaces and was just keeping it empty to keep competition out. We went through a competitive bid and found out that those counters were worth a lot more money to the people willing to run them, and so it was done through a competitive bid process. And through that, we've been able to see what these tenants are willing, and they're still being able to do very well at these counters. So if that'll help some with the understanding. Thank you.
All right. I have Counselor Oropesa. Counselor, you have the floor.
Sorry. This is the first time that I've seen a contract like this, that the rent is based on gross revenue that they bring in, or at least that appears to the way I read it. And it doesn't seem like, unfair to me. Instead of giving them a straight rent amount, instead of depending on how much revenue they bring in. I mean, it just doesn't sound right to me.
This is a common practice with restaurants and rental cars, especially in other airports, they're typically done this way. It's why it's called a concession lease instead of a fixed price lease. But what we try to do is not to hurt the business in going directly from, in this case, maybe 7% straight up to 10, and we take it a couple of steps. But I think it still guarantees good revenue to the airport without hurting the businesses. They had no problems with these numbers.
All right, I have no one else on my list. At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease with Avis Rent-A-Car Systems as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And the vote is 9-1. Counselor Oropesa in the opposition. Next up, item number 17, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here's another one. Again, at the recommendation of the Legal Committee, I move to approve Booten Inc. to enter into a lease for Air Center terminal counter space consisting of 120 square feet more or less, office space consisting of 176 square feet more or less, 10 parking slots for car rentals, and an area of land consisting of 1,100 square feet more or less, upon which is situated building number 1052 to operate a car rental agency for a term commencing March 1st, 2022 through February 28th, 2027 for a rent amount of $12,671.28 payable in 12 monthly installments or 8% of monthly gross revenue, whichever is greater for the first year of the lease. Year 2, the rent shall increase by 3% or CPIU, whichever is greater, or 9% of combined monthly gross revenues. Then years 3 through 5, the rent shall increase by 3% or CPIU, whichever is greater, or 10% of combined monthly gross revenue, including all other terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve a lease with Booten Incorporated, DBA Hertz. Mr. Stark.
This lease is exactly like the other one. The numbers are slightly different because of different square footage, but the scheme is the same of bringing them up to market value at 10% of their revenue. It also went through legal on the 27th with a 4-0 recommendation, and I stand for any questions.
All right. I have no one on my screen wishing to speak on this matter. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease to Booten Incorporated as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have a vote of 9-1 with Counselor Oropesa in opposition. Items, ladies and gentlemen, items 18 and 19 were also adopted when the agenda was approved as consent items. We now move on to item number 20. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve Resolution 22-07 to proceed with the North Garden Bridge Replacement Project utilizing $889,000 from a 2021 legislative grant F2991, NMDOT CN C2212991.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to approve Resolution 22-07, proceeding with North Garden Bridge replacement. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, what you have before you is Resolution 2207, giving the mayor permission to sign the legislative grant for $889,000 out of the $1 million estimated cost for this project. This is the second North Garden Bridge, or as we call it in engineering, the Little Bridge, the Little Garden Bridge. This is as you get to the Roswell livestock sales auction. It used to be the Spring River, and then back in the day they realigned the Spring River. So we're going to redo that bridge, put in another concrete box culvert. We're going to redo the road immediately on each side of it, and the rest of the road from Cherry north to where we left off at the first Garden Bridge, we're going to mill and fill. We'll do some sidewalk, fix some curb and gutter. This project, I have purposely been slow rolling because we've had a lot of work in that part of town. So we're going to go ahead and, the plans are ready. We're just going to go ahead and bid it and put it for the contractor to build it in the winter. As you know, we still got to do the sewer rehab on this area from 5th Street to, the Saddle Barn. Water maintenance has already started the water line. We got to finish that. So this resolution before you is just so the mayor can sign that. We'll have our resolution and be able to get reimbursed $889,000. And I stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions, councilors? I just have the one. This isn't going to start till Atkinson's open, right?
Correct. Correct.
Yay.
We have Atkinson, we have Garden Sewer, we got to do the mill and fill on Garden from 2nd to 5th. The Edgewood water line, which we opened bid on Tuesday. That one and the Air Center water line, we opened bids on those Tuesday. Both of those came under our budget. But we got a lot of work in that area. That's why I say that when we bid this project, there'll be notes, contractor to do it in the winter, because we also want to avoid monsoon season. Seems like
Gotcha.
when we get in the river, we invite Mother Nature. So the farmers might want us to be doing bridge projects, but we don't want to be doing bridge projects.
Understand. Councilors, as there's no one wishing to speak on this matter, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 22-07 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Did we lose Councilor Kidder?
Thank you, council.
Oh, Mr. Nahar, wait a minute. I do want to say thank you. I've noticed what I felt was some unfair criticisms of the professionalism of the engineering department, and I want you to know that I am very impressed with the quality and professionalism of the department you lead. You've done great work throughout this community, and I personally thank you.
Thank you. Engineering is very proud to be part of the city of Roswell.
Ladies and gentlemen, items number 21 and 22 were adopted when the agenda was adopted as consent items. We will now move on to item number 23. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that we approve Resolution 22-09, which is accepting the fiscal year 2021 audit and corrective action plan.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by anyone? Councilor Best to approve Resolution 22-09, approving the fiscal year 2021 audit and corrective action plan. Ms. Davies.
Mayor, City Council, this is Resolution 2209. The city received authorization to release the 2021 audit on December 27th, 2021. The state of New Mexico audit rule requires that it be presented to City Council at a public meeting in accordance with the Opens Meeting Act. We also are required by the Department of Finance Administration for approval of the plan of correction for the audit findings. And Chris Gardner from Patello, Brown, and Hill is here to present the report.
Okay. Sir, why don't you come forward, clearly state your name and your position with your firm.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Garner, and I am the partner in charge of your audit engagement. What I have here is just some some highlights from the exit conference we had back in December, going over the results of the audit. So the very first item that we have here is the results of what our opinion that we issued as a part of your audit. So as a result of the audit, we issued what we call an unmodified, or as I put there, a clean opinion. This is the type of opinion that the city wants to receive. In essence, this is the highest level of assurance that we as auditors can give. And what that report states is that the financial statements are materially correct in accordance with the standards that we as your auditors have to follow. There are two other reports in the financial statements that are our reports. The one on the left is called a Yellow Book report. The New Mexico State Audit Rule requires that all audits in our state follow these standards. And what happens is we actually have to expand our testing above and beyond what regular auditing standards require. On top of that, the New Mexico State Audit Rule expands that even further. There's a list of about 15 items where we have to look at procurement, we have to look at use of gas cards, and several other items. So as a result of that Yellow Book and the state auditor testing or compliance requirements that we have to test, we did have two findings that are included in that report. In that report, we look at, like I said, we look at internal controls a little bit differently than what auditing standards require, but we're not giving an opinion. What we're stating is how we're testing those differently and then the results. And we'll talk about those two findings a little bit later. The New Mexico State Audit Rule basically takes the threshold that the federal government has established and put it at the ground level. And the state auditor says that if we have any exceptions, no matter how significant or not they are required to be included in this report. So again, we'll talk about those in a few minutes. The report on the right talks about really our grant reports. Because the city spends more than $750,000 of federal funds, we have to do a compliance audit over the grants. And on that report, we do give an opinion. And so based upon our testing, we are issuing an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. The same type of opinion we're giving for the general financial statements, we are also giving for this compliance audit. And again, this is the type of report that the city wants to receive. The next required communication that I wanted to go over is just difficulties encountered in performing the audit. You know, as we went through the audit, the information was given to us in a timely manner. The supporting documentation was in good order. And so, you know, the reason I think the standards require that we talk about this is just to let the council know how your records are being maintained. How is your finance department able to respond to our questions? And we had no issues as we went through the audit. Again, everything was given to us in good order and given to us in a timely manner. To me, this is one of the more important communications that we as auditors are required to talk about. So if we as your auditors have to come in and make lots of adjustments, that should maybe cause the city council some concern as you're making financial decisions throughout the year. The only adjustments we have are as a result of how New Mexico requires you to report, how they require you to adopt a budget. That's what we call cash basis accounting. That accounting is what's reported to DFA throughout the year, and again, that's how the council monitors the budget of the city. That is not generally accepted accounting under our standards that we have to follow. And so what has to happen is those numbers have to be modified to meet the standards so that we can give a clean opinion. So the only journal entries that we had relate to going from how the state requires you to do your reporting versus how our auditing standards and our accounting standards require us to report. So what that tells council is we did not have a single adjustment that related to the cash basis of accounting and the way that you monitor the budget and the way that you monitor the finances throughout the year. And so the only adjustments really are a result of how the state of New Mexico requires you to adopt your budget and to report those amounts to the state. The next required communication is just talking about disagreements with management. If we had any, we'd have to let you know, and I'm happy to say that we did not. Again, like I said, the documentation given to us was in good order and was properly accounted for, and so we did not have any issues. In the prior year, we had 6 findings, and as you can see here, that 4 of those findings were resolved based upon our testing, and so these 4 were removed from the audit based upon the procedures that we performed this year. As a result of this audit, we did have 2 findings. We had one with cash disbursements where I believe a purchase order was done in the wrong order. It should have been done before the purchase was done, but out of the transactions we selected, there was one where it was done after the fact. And then we had municipal court, segregation of duties. That one was a repeat, both of these were repeat findings. Municipal court has one individual that has multiple responsibilities. So when we look at internal controls as auditors, we want to look at who has the authorization of a transaction, who has the record keeping of a transaction, and then who has custody of the assets. And there was a breakdown in those controls where one individual had multiple responsibilities under that. And so we were given a response from the court that talked about what they've implemented, and as far as they're concerned, the finding has been resolved. When we come back to do next year's audit, we will look at what they've actually implemented. We will test some transactions to ensure that what they said they've done, they have. And so with both findings, we will test again next year. With cash disbursements, we're required to do that every year. And so that's, in essence, kind of luck of the draw, the transactions that are selected. So we go through statistical samples, and we have random samples to allow transactions to be selected from every single population that we encounter. And so, again, both of those will be followed up again next year. And the responses that have been given that you're going to be voting on as far as what's given to DFA, we will make sure that those are being followed and look at those again next year. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Councilors, questions or comments on this matter? I do have Councilor Margaret Kennard wishing to speak. I'm sorry. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate and let the staff know that I appreciate what they've done to receive the highest level from the auditor in regards to our finances as well as the grant. I'm very happy and proud to say that everything was delivered to the auditors in good order. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Perry and Councilor Moore in addition. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Just one thing I just wanted to mention, and I have sent the memo to our Madam Clerk concerning Judge Sesky did ask me to allow a memo to be put in the record in the finance meeting, just outlining what were going to do to correct the actions. He recognized it and jumped right into it, and so I think from what I understand we have a satisfaction there. So just wanted to make sure folks knew that. I do have one question on the resolution itself. I know this may sound petty, but I'm just now seeing it. A resolution accepting and approving the fiscal year audit. Are we approving or just accepting? I understood we just accept the audit. We really, whether we like an audit or not, it's the audit.
You're going to accept the audit and you're going to approve the plan of correction.
Okay. All right. I understand that then. Thank you for that. The only other thing I did want to say, I did have several phone calls. I said this in the finance meeting as well, as to questions as to why we were not receiving awards concerning the audit, as maybe other entities do. And upon investigation, I think that the what we knew as the Association of Counties, which is now the New Mexico counties, do award counties for having good audits. So just reaching out and looking through that to see, why we are not, I found that the New Mexico Municipal League chooses not to award for complying with state statute. So they do have an award that they do through the Association of Counties that is given to the state auditor. I think they have an event once a year where they go through that, and I'm proud that our county gets that. That is absolutely a great honor for them to receive. But that's the reason that the city does not get one, because there's not one to be received by any city. So I just wanted to make sure and clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Moore, you have the floor.
I know that on the other night, someone came to me and said that because of our audit, that our credit rating or whatever rating was going to go down because these things happened again since they were on the last audit. Is that true? Or I know it's not because of the other stuff that was on top of there, but I want that to be said because more than one person came up to me and said, well, if I were so, our audit is still bad again, and so I want you to explain that to me. would these two findings affect our rating?
Now, I am not, part of the credit rating, so I'm not what sure they go through. But one thing I will say is that findings happen just about across the state in most cases. Findings are actually a good thing because it helps you establish internal controls and make improvements. And to be honest with you, out of the two findings, if we were auditing in another state, like Texas, one of those findings would not even be included in your report because it doesn't rise to the level that the Yellow Book standards require to be included in your audit. It's because state audit rule. The state audit wants to be transparent and have all findings, no matter how significant, end up in the report. So to only have two findings with all of the transactions that go through your system, I would think would not have an effect on your bond rating process. And again, they know the significance of those findings, because they're clearly labeled in the report. And again, one of those findings would not even be included in another state if we were doing it there. It's because the state audit rule makes us be a little bit more transparent and a little bit more strict than what auditing standards require.
Thank you. I'm glad you used that word transparent. We heard that quite a few times, that we weren't transparent. So thank you for, using that word transparent, that we are transparent, we are doing what we're supposed to do, and that I like that word clean too. And I think I appreciate that. And I appreciate the staff, the finance staff doing, it's a lot of money to be dealing through every day, and so for you to, and I found like for us to be that good and that close, only have two small findings, and based on one person, on a person itself. So I just want to thank you, say kudos to you and your staff. Thank you.
Now, before I go to Council Roebuck, Mr. Nebb, do you want to address the credit rating issue? I know it's not within the auditor's purview, but either you or Mr. Fuentes or Ms. Davies feel comfortable?
Yeah, Mayor, City Council, I'll just cover maybe just a broad level on that because we did go through a credit rating, I think 3 years ago. And so there was a review, there was some borrowing that we have done. That's generally what's going to cause us to go through a credit rating review as well too, is that when we start borrowing more money and everything. So I don't believe neither one of these two, I'll agree with our auditor, they will not have an effect on our credit rating. It's interesting that the unsecured audit finding with the retirement and everything that the state requires us to cover, that had an impact on our rating, and we lowered by a plus to a negative. And so I don't anticipate that we'll see any adjustments within our credit rating, at least at this time. I don't expect either Standard & Poor's or Moody's to come looking, at least for a couple of years until we start looking at whether or not we need to borrow.
Okay. Thank you. I have Councilor Roebuck, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I've done this 4 years now, and I think we've had clean opinions every single time, and I can't understate the quality of work that our staff is doing, and consistent quality work. And I don't know about what the counties do, but I think this is the standard of our finance department with this audit process, is consistent quality work, and that's the standard that we're proud to have here in Roswell, New Mexico. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. At this point, I have no one else wishing to speak on this. I will now ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 22-09 as presented. A no or nay will reject it. Activate your vote box as you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 10 minutes after 8. I'm going to propose a 10-minute recess. We still have a number of items to do, but we're doing pretty well. So let's stay on track. We'll reconvene at 8:20.
Appreciate it. Why'd you do that?
Go for it.
He knows it. He and I talked the last 2 days. FAA now is, but it's now getting me.
Well, and I need you to help me get them to understand.
I'll talk to him tomorrow.
Not getting anywhere with anybody.
When I saw that up there, I thought I need to talk to Scott, so I will talk to him.
Well,
You probably have trouble.
she could be.
What about SoCal? One that I found very interesting, Reed County brought up. They've got to have a permit fee for that, and that's something.
And don't forget, game of fish. I know it was $50, it was $1 a year for 50 years, but it's
Well, I'm hoping because it's right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I'm hoping when we put them all together, they don't rise to the level. The good thing is you don't affect your government wide statements where everything's pushed together and you have bigger numbers, so you have bigger materiality, so you have bigger names on something. So we've got to have the state audit rule. We have to have them send out the letter saying, go get your audit. We've already seen a couple audits. I'm not sure. They're started on this year. But the problem is, we got your audit done because we asked for it. But they're still, I've only gotten 1 or 2 counties out of those 6. They're still counting.
So what about phones? These phones.
that rule had to take effect. Or just stepped away. I wasn't looking forward to it.
It's just grossing up assets, grossing up liability, what you call depreciation property. And it's at the government-wide level, it doesn't affect the property. So as we talked about, I could see some minds rolling, and I don't blame them, because why does the state department do something that doesn't know how to do? Why do we have to go through that? So this is really DFA. So, and I think you and I have had this conversation. DFA tells you you have to budget for that.
Parent-teacher conference, a lot of fun.
Right. I'm going to show you where. They can't. So the city of Las Vegas started budgeting on that. They're now doing it on the school. Yeah, do it. So I mean, if you want to fight with them, go take a fight with them. Because they don't want to do that. There is nothing out there. Law, rules. ARPA, we're starting to do it. We're actually going to have a meeting key plans that have been put in stuff in our Texas office. Well, we're going to be giving an opinion on it, right? Because we're going to have to test it, I can guarantee you. So, yeah, let's, yeah, we're happy to have the really had to document
I saw, is it your father-in-law, Gordy? Okay, yeah, I saw him Thursday and Friday.
No, yes, let's talk. So maybe next week when we talk about the other stuff.
Yeah.
Give me the scenario. There's a little bit of latitude to come out long. Because it'll come as a final. If we all three of us need to, let's first talk. Yeah. Or let me go to the standards and say. You're welcome.
He likes you better than he likes me. All right. Lesson learned late in my career. Got about 3 minutes to go.
Well, yeah, that's just as is this money is going to be
So it's like, okay, we were
yeah, they do have the time. So that's
webinars and stuff on that.
you know who has been really funny, and I think you have an idea. I'll see if I can get that from Jim. They have some rules. We're like, so we're about to have a meeting in weeks. Our Texas office is already having a test. So New Mexico, like, our governor helped with money for a while. And then they put a bid or request. And so we're kind of a little bit on the back end. So we'll be able to pay what it takes instead of Texas.
Counselors, can we take our seats, please? Counselors, please take your seats. We're about 1 minute out. Ms. Call, can you bring in any of the counselors out there? Counselors, please come in and take your seats.
I can't talk. tonight? Nothing, because I can't barely talk.
Gary. Gary, I almost ran away. You can turn those shoes off, they're blinding me.
It's 8:20 and we are back in session, excuse me, back in session. Let the record reflect all of the counselors are back and present with Counselor Kennard online. Next up is item number 24, Counselor Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Let me find my place. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion at the recommendation of the Finance Committee and the 3-0 to approve Resolution 22-10, which is the resolution approving the determination of uncollectible accounts and the removal from accounts receivable.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Moore to approve Resolution 22-10, removing uncollectibles from accounts receivable. Ms. Davies.
Mayor, City Council, New Mexico Statute Chapter 3 allows council to determine if accounts that are uncollectible, they can be removed from accounts receivable. The criteria for that is the manner in which the utility account has been incurred, the efforts made to collect the utility accounts and to locate who owes it, that the utility account has been uncollectible for a period of more than 4 years, and that the finance position is that the utility account is uncollectible. You may, by resolution, remove the uncollectible accounts or from the list of accounts receivable. Currently, the city has 4,046 bills totaling $412,972.97 in unpaid water, sewer, and sanitation charges, with dates ranging from 2008 to 2017. We've tried to collect on these. They've tried over the years. A lot of the bills are being returned undeliverable with no forwarding address. All of these have been uncollectible for over 4 years. So we're requesting a reduction in accounts receivable of $412,972.97, and it was approved at the Finance Committee 3-0 on the February 3rd meeting. I'll stand for questions.
Counselors, question of Counselor Perry.
I would just like to add on this, just so no one thinks that the city's just deciding to go let go of $412,000 and just who cares about it? It's just $412,000. In all reality, this is over 9 years, number one. Number two, the city has consistently tried and tried and tried and tried again. It is costing the taxpayers extensive money to try to continue to collect from people we cannot find that may be living in Amsterdam, for all I know, or in Alabama. The amount of money it would take to track these people down to get the $412,000, we're going to spend 4 times that to try to get this money back. We had to do the same thing when it came to municipal court a number of years ago. So this is not just saying, well, just let people off the hook. This has been tried, and it's costing the taxpayers money over and over again to try to find this, and we're not being successful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That exhausts my list. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 22-10 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Once again, a yes or aye approves. No or nay rejects. Please activate your vote boxes when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0.
Thank
Next up is item number 25, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Legal Committee, I move to advertise for a public hearing at the regular March 2022 City Council meeting, Ordinance 22-03, to amend certain sections of Article 52 pertaining to building and performance standards within the Railroad District Metropolitan Redevelopment Area.
All right. I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to authorize, to advertise for a future public hearing and action on proposed ordinance 2203. Mr. Mavers.
Mr. Mayor and council members, proposed ordinance 2203 is the first step in encouraging additional development and redevelopment as well as revitalization of the downtown business district, including the MRA. Right now, we have these districts that are separated, and we've had a couple of instances where we have one project on one side of the street that's looked at in one particular way. You go across the street, and it's looked at completely differently in terms of parking, landscaping, and other things. What we're trying to do here with this ordinance is clean up some of these inconsistencies and also to foster a greater sense of redevelopment opportunity, revitalization opportunity within these districts. So just a couple of the things that we're looking at. Section 6 right now is the exemptions to the height requirements. So we're going ahead and adding some additional exemptions to that. It does add language to clarify the standards established by Resolution 1144. Section 7, there's two sections that we're amending, Section F and Section H, or 7F and 7H. Again, it alters the minimum off-street parking standards to accommodate properties in the C3, C4, and within the MRA boundaries. And I do want to make it very clear, what this does by altering the minimums is that we're getting rid of arbitrary minimums. In other words, if you come forward with a project and it's X number of square feet, we divide that by 200 and 250, and it says you must have 4 spaces. That may or may not be necessary depending on the type of development that comes in, especially if it's a mixed-use development or it's within an area where you have adequate public parking available or on-street parking available, or even if you're adjacent to public transit. So we're opening all of that up. H, again, talks about loading zones. With the way business is being done these days, with so many using drop shipping and things like that, traditional loading zones are not necessarily required anymore. And we look at this now on a case-by-case basis. Section 11, landscaping as well. Because of the higher densities within the MRA and because of the need to utilize property more efficiently, minimum landscaping standards are not necessarily something that's going to work for every project. So this opens up our ability to discuss what's really required, what's really needed in order to serve the people of the city. The legal committee did recommend approval 4-0 to advertise and hold a public hearing and consider the adoption of the proposed ordinance, which will amend certain sections of Article 52 of the Roswell's zoning ordinance at their meeting on January 27th. And I stand for any questions.
All right, councilors. Questions, comments on the authorization to advertise? That is what's before us. I see none. Therefore, since this is an authorization to advertise, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves the authorization to advertise for a future public hearing and action on the proposed ordinance 22-03. This is not final action on the ordinance. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. And the vote is 10-0. Ladies and gentlemen, item number 26 was removed from the agenda when we adopted the agenda. We are now on to item number 27. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Legal Committee and after negotiation with the city manager, I move to approve an expenditure of $65,390 for an air service development consulting service agreement with Mead and Hunt for a term of August 1st, 2021 through July 31st, 2022. with the option of extending the agreement for up to 2 12-month periods.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the Mead and Hunt Air Service Development Consulting Services contract. Mr. Stark.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, this request is actually for the PO. The RFP 2106 for the contract was approved back during the summer in July, and the contract was negotiated between the city manager and Mead and Hunt and agreed to and executed. And we had a smaller PO to start off with. We do see that we're going to go over $60,000 for the rest of this year. So what we're doing is we're playing catch up, and we're coming back to you for what we need to finish out the fiscal year and asking for $52,820 increase in the PO to total $65,390 for the full PO for the year. I stand for questions.
I have Counselor Stubbs. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did I make an incorrect motion? Do you?
It's the contract has been approved already, but this is just for the amount of the PO. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you you're incorrect.
Let me ask legal.
The action request is approving the expenditure, not the contract itself, which was already approved by council last year. Per internal procurement rules, every expenditure which exceeds $60,000 needs to be approved. And the way that this was done is that the original contract does not have the specific. It's for the services, but as the services develop, you find out how much they're going to cost. So this is a separate step for you guys to come in and bless the actual expenditure.
So am I okay?
I think you may need to amend your motion.
Can I just withdraw it?
You could do it that way.
And start over?
Yes.
All right, Counselor.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Go ahead.
withdraw my motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And with the help of my friends, make another one. Again, at the recommendation of the legal committee, I move that we approve the request of an increase of $52,820 to cover services approved for air service development consultants to Mead and Hunt.
Okay, I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Foster keeps the same second. And should we just say this is for the expenditure in total of $65,390? We'll kind of add that in as a clause.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for completing my motion.
That's okay. Any questions or comments, counselors? Seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I will approve the expenditure of a total of $65,390 for air service development consulting services through Mead and Hunt. A no or nay will reject it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Next up, item number 28, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. See if I can do this right. This is at the recommendation of the legal committee in collaboration with Main Street Roswell. I move to approve the addendum agreement between the City of Roswell and Main Street Roswell for business retention, development, and recruitment services for fiscal year 22 to include any Scrivener changes. And I'd like to make one amendment to the agreement, if I may. I'm on page 2 of 11, which is reporting number, should be 4. Oh, it should be number 4, reporting, on page 2 of 11 of the addendum. Item reporting C was not clear to me, so I'd like to change that audit to read that sentence, to read, "The city shall reserve the right to require Main Street to undergo an independent audit or financial review anytime during the term or at renewal term, continue that sentence, or within 6 months of the termination or expiration of this agreement, and make available all results of such at Main Street Roswell's expense.
All right. Now, is this a new amendment? Has this been discussed?
Can I get a second and then I'll talk?
All
Or
right.
you want
Do
me
we
to
have a
talk?
second for this? I have Counselor Lopez as a second for the motion,
Thank you.
but that's not for this the amendment. All right.
Well, the
Foster
motion
will.
included the amendment, so if you'd let me address it.
Okay. Counselor, go ahead and explain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, the reason for the amendment is I didn't feel the language was actually correct in interpretation, because I think that I would hope Main Street would agree with us that it was at their expense. And as I read this, the way it's written, which is the city shall reserve the right to require Main Street to undergo at its own expense, I didn't feel that told me at whose expense. So I've talked to legal and I'm suggesting the amendment. If you'd like me just to make the motion to approve and then add an amendment, I could do that as well.
They're good.
Hang on a second. Whoa. We're not going down that road. First question is, Mr. Patterson, have you had a chance to review this?
Yes, we did discuss it this afternoon, and I concur with the counselor that this amendment does clarify the meaning as we understand it.
So why don't we have a hard copy version of this?
As of this afternoon, it was just a discussion about 4 p.m. with Counselor Stubbs, and she ran this by me, and I suggested that it could be made by motion, since it was just a change in one word.
Do we clearly understand, Ms. Call, what the amendment is? Do you have it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do.
All right. Mr. Patterson, why don't you read us the new language? I'd like to hear it from you.
The city shall reserve the right to require Main Street to undergo, at Main Street's expense, an independent audit or financial review at any time during the term or any renewal term, or within 6 months of the termination or expiration of this agreement, and make available all results of such independent audit. I'm looking at the addendum.
Parker, I think he was talking about reading Counselor Stubbs' amendment.
What's the new language?
Yes, it includes at Main Street's expense. That's the new language. Right now it reads at its own expense, but that's unclear whether it's referring to the city or to Main Street. So now we're amending it to say at Main Street's expense.
And Mr. Mayor, forgive me, I didn't quite say it that way, but that really is much more simplified. But I think the other thing that we added was after an independent audit or a financial review.
Yeah, and I did say that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Whether or not an audit full audit's needed.
We're going to do this in 2 steps. We're going to do the motion to adopt, and then you can make an amendment motion.
Okay.
So we have before us now, I will come back to you. You will make the motion to amend. Go ahead, Counselor. I want
to amend.
Yes. So you're going to make a motion to amend.
Okay.
No. We're.
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. Yes, sir.
Are you comfortable, Mr. Patterson, that you know what this proposed amendment is?
Yes.
I'm not sure the council does, which has me more than a little troubled.
There's 2 things that are being added. One is we're changing where it says at its own expense is being changed to at Main Street Roswell's expense. This clarifies whose expense it is rather than its, which is ambiguous.
Okay.
And then we're also adding or financial review, because Main Street had expressed a concern about whether an audit, which is quite expensive to conduct, is always going to be necessary.
Okay. All right, council, we are on a motion with a motion to amend. On the motion to amend, I have Foster, Stubbs, and Lopez. Is this on the motion to amend or on the original matter? Okay, I'll go with Foster on the amendment.
I like the wording just because adding that the financial review versus audit, and even though the budget, we're not talking a huge budget, and even an audit's not going to be that expensive, but a financial review is precursory and a lot less expensive than an audit. So I do like that language. Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, Councilor Stubbs.
Mr. Mayor, no, I just wanted to clarify, so Mr. Foster just did. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, Councilor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Main Street Roswell understands. They had their input during the meeting, so I want to make sure you guys are. Can I even ask them right now? I'm not sure if I'm able to. I just want to make sure you guys are okay before
All right,
we move on.
just real quick, we're not getting into the overall.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. I have no one else wishing to speak on the amendment. So here's what I will do. We will take action on the amendment, then we will take public input because I have 5 people who signed up to speak on it. But we're going to resolve.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear a second on the amendment.
It was Councilor Foster.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. And so on the amendment, this will be a voice vote. I'm not going to attempt to repeat it. Mr. Patterson, basically it makes clear that the audit would be done at Main Street's expense. And what was the second part of that?
Adds financial review in addition to an independent audit.
Okay. So on the amendment, a yes or aye approves the amendment, a no or nay rejects it. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, the amendment does pass 10-0. Now, we're now on an amended agreement, and at this point, I would like to, well, yeah, go ahead and do your thing, and then we'll go to Main Street, okay?
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here to present the service agreement for fiscal year 22 with the city. Here's a little bit of background. We signed Resolution 2040 in support of the Main Street Roswell's New Mexico Main Street Agreement and their 4-point approach system back in 20. The city will continue to provide financial assistance to Main Street Roswell to accomplish economic development in the downtown district. That is part of the Resolution 2040. The city of Roswell will act as a fiscal agent for Main Street Roswell for capital outlay funds received from the state or federal government and any agreed upon things through Main Street Roswell and the city. So we had that. The city and Main Street Roswell, we've had a service agreement for a number of years in place. In 2019, all of our community partner agreements were reviewed, and we consistently looked at their scope of work as well as adding metrics to those contracts. And so this is our 3rd year in that revision. What you are seeing before you, beyond the amendments, I want you to look at the amendments, not what was in the packet, is very similar to what we had in fiscal year 21 with a couple of clarifications. One, it relates to the city's intellectual property and also a renewed focus on business retention, economic development, and recruitment services in the downtown district is really what we're asking them to focus on. Contracts negotiations started back in June of 2021 and have been ongoing between the city and the Main Street Roswell organization. Final edits we thought were discussed in legal committee, reviewed, revised, and we appreciate the time that was spent during that committee to get you what we believe is the final one on 127. But then we just had our amendment. So, scope of work, here's the difference. It went from $40,000. It included a $20,000 increase, total of $60,000. The additional $20,000 is for Main Street to hire a qualified, economic skilled, talented individual to focus again on the economic development and business retention in the downtown district. The scope of work outlines 50% that would fulfill the Main Street America's 4-point approach, which is their economic vitality, promotion, things like that. 25% of the funding is to be used for business retention efforts, and then the other 25% for recruitment services and business support. The metrics will still include the same that we've had in previous contracts, which is quarterly reporting on their activities, their profit and loss statement, budget, financial statements, also any beautification efforts and maintenance. We are still asking them to apply for that grant funding in support of infrastructure, wayfinding, and facade improvements. And then, of course, the annual report that we ask all of our community partners to present to the City Council, as well as their requested budget amount for the next fiscal year. And so tonight I'm asking you to approve what you just amended in the contract and proceed with this agreement with Main Street Roswell for July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. I will stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Before we go to the council for questions, we have individuals who have signed up to speak on this. I'll ask you to all to come forward this time. There's 5 of you. I believe I'm reading this correct. Dawn Janes, I'm not sure I'm reading that correct. Then Tim Jennings, Michelle Massey, Alan Shanley, and then Molly Boyles. So go ahead, start off, state your name and your address, and in 3 minutes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is Donald James. My address is 505 Carter Drive. I am the proprietor of Ancients of Days. I'm here to speak in objection to the contract that has been signed, or going to be signed with Main Street Roswell. Particularly, I'm protesting the stipulations in Section 8 regarding to the UFO Festival. I've been outspoken since 2019 about the city's decision to move the festival off of Main Street, and now we're talking about Main Street not being able to hold a Alien Fest at the same time. This gives me the appearance, and others that I've talked to, of trying to eliminate competition. This is a clear violation of free enterprise, and if this contract goes through, we are hereby stating that we will cut ties from Main Street Roswell and will not support or promote the UFO Festival if it is not downtown on Main Street. I believe I speak for the majority of downtown businesses in voicing this protest, and we are intending to create a coalition of downtown businesses that will be independent of the city and this Main Street Roswell. This coalition will better look out for the needs and interests of our downtown businesses. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Mr. Jennings.
Hi, I'm Tim Jennings from 2716 North Penn, number 48. I come here just because I remember Main Street when it started. I remember all the stuff going on with Main Street. I remember Mr. Huckabee and the time that he put in to make Main Street a beautiful place, and all the Saturdays he watered every tree down there with buckets of water, all the flowers, he's done all that stuff. And Main Street and the UFO work together forever and ever. I mean, they put it together, they scheduled the events so one wasn't conflicting with anybody else. They did a great job. And I think, thinking about what Dusty put together, it was a good deal. And I know Dusty's gone, but I don't think that we should take that away from Dusty, what he did. Dusty did a great job with Main Street and a great job with the UFO. And I think that this is kind of a slap at Dusty. That's the way I see it. And I'm going to tell you, I think that Main Street, this contract should have been done the 1st of June. It shouldn't be 7 or 8 months later after we're all the way through the year and you come up with a contract now and then you put some contract little statement in there that you're going to punish Main Street if they don't acquiesce to not doing anything pertaining to the UFO Festival. I think that's wrong. I think it's real wrong. I think it's a real shot at Dusty and who I consider to be a great public servant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Michelle Massey.
I'm Michelle Massey. I'm a board member with Main Street Roswell. My address is 3201 North Kentucky. And speaking on behalf of Main Street Roswell's Board of Directors, regarding the proposal for the professional service agreement on page 4 of 11, the Board of Directors voted to strike the section E that's on number 8 titled Roswell UFO Festival item E. And the vote passed without any opposition. Over the last couple weeks, we've been working on reviewing the proposal of service agreement, and we really greatly appreciate the participation of Councilman Barry Foster and Jason Perry and the Community Development Director, Kevin Magers, who came in over the last 2 weeks to work on the addendum that's put forth tonight. And we believe that the kind of communication that we had, or especially over the last meeting that we had, is definitely a step in the right direction to help foster a positive and collaborative partnership between our organizations. And we're looking forward to work together to provide successful events and activities for our community. I think we all agree that we want the best for Roswell and that that should always be our focus. My hope is that we continue to foster this kind of communication that we've had over the last couple weeks, and that we do better in trying to lessen the misunderstandings with communication between our organizations. We identify clear expectations and responsibilities for the activities and events and projects that we do for Roswell. There's a great deal of organization and planning and record keeping that goes into these kinds of things, like the next line item, number 29, regarding the Great Blocks Market project. I didn't even know that particular item was on the agenda for tonight. And I also saw a note stating that Main Street Roswell was going to be responsible for reapplying for the grant and that it is due February of this year. That kind of communication would be very helpful if we were in the loop on that kind of thing. I want to let you know that Main Street, the Board of Directors is ready to sign this professional service agreement with the noted addendum that's been put on the agenda.
All right, thank you. Next up, Alan Shanley. Sir, come on up here.
My name's Alan Shanley. I was saying my concerns have been met. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Molly Boyles.
Molly Boyles, current Vice President, Main Street, Roswell. My address is 601 Tierra Berenda. I'm here mostly to answer questions. As you heard, our board, I am here to let you know that our board has agreed that the addendum included in your packet is what we are looking to sign this evening. We do have quite a bit of work to do with the Great Blocks coming up. It's my understanding we may only have 10 days. So I'm hoping that somebody is going to raise their hand and let me know who I'm supposed to be working with on that. We have had quite a few bumps in the road getting this done, and I think there are many misunderstandings in our audience. I think that it needs to be made clear that Main Street Roswell gave back the organization of the UFO Festival itself because the city had expectations beyond what we were able to do. We were told multiple times that the entertainment we had was subpar, but we were only given up to $20,000 worth of reimbursements to try to get entertainment that would last for 3 days and be something other than subpar. So as you just voted, it takes a lot more than $20,000 if you're going to have 3 days, even one good concert. So we did feel at that time we had been painted into a corner, and Main Street Roswell needed to be able to concentrate on our downtown businesses, not a huge event. The city wants this to be a huge event, and it is what is going to bring thousands of people from all over the world. We totally get that, but we also cannot be painted into that corner. So that's why the UFO festival was handed back over. The city did not take it from us, Dawn. We handed it back over. So I do think that there are quite a few misunderstandings, and I hope that that's cleared some of that up. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I have Counselor Kennard, Counselor Moore, Counselor Foster, and Counselor Best. So I will start with Counselor Kennard.
Okay, actually, my question is for Juanita. Juanita, can you explain why Main Street Roswell is saying that they weren't notified of the grant due date?
I am not able to say that because I don't know why they feel they are not notified. This grant application was talked about during the September visit with the New Mexico Main Street. All of their board was there. Mr. Nebb was there. Mr. Matthews was there. I also spoke about the grant that would be coming forward at their last board meeting. I'm sure it's in their minutes or on the recording. It's not something new. Again, I don't know why they feel that it just came up now, but it was discussed in our September site visit with New Mexico Main Street while they were here in Roswell, and then again at that board meeting. Perhaps, they still do not have an executive director, so I'd like to give them that benefit of doubt as well.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like to, I know that Ms. Boyles touched on it. That was one of the very first meetings that I think I attended as a city councilor in 2020 was when we met with Main Street Roswell, and yes, it was returned to Roswell. Roswell didn't take it back. I'm a little bit, I can understand the frustration where when you hand an event back to the city and then turn around and create kind of, and it could have been that, there was trying to collaborate and join the city's event to downtown. However, I think it did create a lot of confusion, and I guess I'm just a little bit disappointed that if you're going to hand a festival back, you don't try to create a conflicting event, because I think that a lot of people were confused. Having said that, I just appreciate that we were actually able to come to an agreement. I feel like Main Street Roswell is important to our community, and I hope we can continue to work together. Thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Moore, Counselor Foster, Counselor Lopez, and Counselor Best. Counselor Moore, you have the floor.
Okay, I do understand the fair. I think it's fair for you said you returned it. I'm that we don't get returned it. I guess that's the way you look at it. But I understand your reasoning behind that, and that's fair. That's your prerogative. I get that. My question was I don't know if it would be to the city. So, is there a possibility for the thing to be downtown sometime, or could it?
Yes, we.
So it's not like gone forever from downtown,
Correct.
but just based on what we had just been through, we decided to move it or whatever. But it could be downtown again at some point.
We actually have some, Councilor Moore, we actually have some ideas to have it both here on this campus as well as downtown this year. We have two different locations that we are talking about. It'll still be citywide. There'll be different activities throughout the city for people to participate in. But we will have downtown activity, and we did have downtown activity last year. Main Street did provide the Alien Festival on the courthouse lawn. Our visitor center had activities in Reichman Park as well as at the visitor center. So it wasn't that we didn't do anything downtown. We just didn't close off Main Street. We did have events and activities happening downtown.
Okay, thank you. My last question is this: the $20,000 increase.
Mhm.
Is that something normal, or we pay for other people's positions? I don't know if this
I'm
is
gonna
something
let
new.
Mr. Nebb take
I never
that.
heard it before that we're paying for a position, and maybe if you hadn't have said it that way, I would have asked the question, but the way you said it so that we could pay for somebody, why would we pay for somebody's position down there?
Okay, Mayor, City Council, the thing that we have to justify is why we are providing the funding at all. And so there has to be a reason why for that. The salary of the executive director was a very easy area because Main Street had expressed that they wanted to increase the value of that position as well too. So it was very easy for us to go in there. I will tell you that within the Main Street New Mexico program, the $40,000 from the city of Roswell was the minimum amount that could be provided for them to be an accredited Main Street program. In our conversations with Main Street and the city, we chose to increase that by $20,000 because, again, a little additional resources, they'll be able to do a little bit more magic. And so that was the intent of that. But legally, we have to place that in there for a purpose to meet all the laws and regulations surrounding that. So that's why we ended up doing it in that manner, but that's the background with that. And if I could, unless you have another question, I wanted to talk about just two things that have been said since I'm already up here. Note that the Main Street did not do the Alien Fest in conflict with the city of Roswell with the UFO Festival. We had talked about this. What we had hoped that the Alien Fest would be is an auxiliary leg of the entire UFO Festival. What it did was create a lot of confusion for our visitors. Main Street did not do that in conflict with the city, and in the same way as what we talked about them giving back the UFO Festival to the city. Same thing happened with the Alien Fest. What we had hoped would happen was that the Alien Fest would be a part of the UFO Festival, and it was such a powerful piece that it messed up the understanding of our visitors. I know we had a conversation with a USA reporter, and so just wanted to cover those two things while I was up here. So.
Thank you. That was
Thank
kind
you.
of my last question about the conflict between the two events. So that was you answered my last question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay, I have Counselor Foster, Lopez, Oropesa, Best. Counselor Foster.
Well, and I was going to try to grab Mr. Nebb before he ran. But I seem to remember now the Great Blocks program. The next portion is a secondary stage of it, right? Didn't we already fulfill the first portion?
There's two parts of this Main Street grant, the Great Blocks project. The first one was seeking grant dollars in order to develop a plan. The second part of what the funding is for the construction of the actual project that you just planned for. So they're in that process, and if I can just butt in a little bit with that as well too. We're here to help Main Street get through. If it's 10 days, we'll make sure that it's done. As far as somebody that's going to raise their hand to help with that, Mr. Maver's hand is up, I believe.
Yeah, I see.
And also the consultant that will provide the Great Blocks project. We will make sure that it all gets done. I would say the difference between the grant program for the planning, Main Street had an executive director at that point in time. They were able to help. We worked together on that grant program. Main Street is required to do the request of the grant as well too. So I want to make sure you understand that. That's why the city cannot be the grant applicant. We'll be the fiscal agent of those funds.
All right, and to clear it up just a little bit, I seem to recall January 27th, our legal meeting, it was like that day or the day before that we found out that we had completed the first portion of it, and we were going to be allowed to apply for the second portion of the Great Block. Something like, I remember hearing something like that being told to us. That we fulfilled every
I'm gonna have to rely upon your memory because
Okay. It may be faulty.
we have went through, and our consultant has kept us abreast of everything. We've invited everybody to those update meetings. 25%, 50%, 75%, 90%, and all the way up. The intent was to not neglect bringing somebody in there, but until we had a final product, we can't actually do the construction grant request as well.
Okay. Councilors, we're focused on the agreement with Main Street. Let's stay there.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Because we have
And-
the next
and-
item up.
Well,
We'll be able to talk all about it again.
And so and then I was just going to address something that our flood commissioner had said that I had the privilege on this council working with Dusty, and his love for Main Street Roswell and working alongside him with the Parks and Rec. And I agree. I mean, one of the reasons why I'm such an avid fan of Main Street Roswell is because of Dusty. And so I will concur that, yes, I won't concur that this is a slap in the face of Dusty, because I understand where Main Street is actually growing and doing a lot bigger things, especially when it comes to this Great Blocks program. And so I can appreciate having them and appreciate them working with us. I yield.
All right. I have Councilor Lopez. Councilor Lopez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to say thanks to Ms. Molly for clarifying that up to for us, and also Mr. Nebb on our side clarifying our part. I'm not one for bickering. I can't stand bickering. And I think we've all watched that Lion King movie where Rafiki knocks him in the head and says, hey, this is past the past. Let's forget the past. Let's start moving forward, helping Roswell, Main Street Roswell build and get better. Is there any way we could help with this grant since it's due in 10 days? Anything what we could do for that?
Yes, sir, Counselor.
Yeah.
We will,
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
All right.
There, we will help.
All
All
right.
right. Thanks. Oh, anyway, so that's it. I just want to move forward. Let's build this relationship. Let's continue stop
Yes, sir.
talking to each other, and let's just go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now I have Councilor Oropesa, Best, and Perry. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have I have some concerns on the language of the contract, but I also would like to ask Ms. Boyle to see if she can answer a question for me.
Yes, sir.
Does Main Street Roswell have any other source of funding other than the city?
We do fundraisers, yes, sir. As a matter of fact, we have scheduled our next fundraiser. Everybody grab your phones, grab your calendars. April 9th, out at the fairgrounds. Everybody, put that in your phones. Sorry. Yes, we do fundraisers. We offer some raffles with our local businesses. They collect funds for us. We get donations from our local businesses.
And approximately how much money do you get?
Last year was not a whole lot because we were unable to do a fundraiser. We were unable to do our spring fundraiser. The previous year, I believe we were in the, what range? 40? I believe it was about $40,000 between our different fundraisers.
Okay. Well, and the other concern that I have is the language on the contract.
Yes, sir.
Because if you look at page 3 of 11, on the first paragraph where it starts with about the middle, it says the city's decision as to whether sufficient appropriations are available shall be accepted by Main Street and shall be final.
I'm sorry, I'm on a different page than you are. Do you have the addendum, sir? Or maybe mine is printed differently. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, this is the one that I'm on.
Yeah. Counselor, that is a requirement that we have to install into all of our agreements. If the city council chooses not to fund something, then there are no, in the budget, there are no funds to allocate to the service. And so all of our agreements, and I think Mr. Patterson could actually cover that a little bit farther, but that language there is that all of these agreements are tied to formal action of the city council to commit the funding to that within the budget.
Okay, the way that I was reading it, it didn't involve the city council. And so what I was going to ask is, why is there not a process of an appeal to the city council?
Certainly. It is city council. I believe that within the language of this, we utilize the term city. which includes city council, city administration, or any of those individuals, so.
Well,
And
and
then
you'll see a little before that, it says, if sufficient appropriations and authorizations are not made by the governing body, the city may immediately terminate this agreement. So that's the idea, is that should the governing body fail to fund the contract, the city would be able to withdraw from it without incurring a breach of contract action from Main Street. This is a requirement of the New Mexico Constitution that, one, the city council cannot, and the city staff and nobody in the city can bind a future fiscal year. And so we have to have that ability to pull out in the event that you as city council refuse to terminate it in any given, or refuse to fund it in any given fiscal year. So that's boilerplate language. It's actually copied and pasted out of the state language that they put in their contracts.
Okay. Then the other concern that I have is on governance, which is item 6. The very last sentence, it says, if Main Street has a vacancy in the executive director's position, the city shall have a representative on the search committee. I don't understand why we have to have a representative on the search committee, because we already have a representative on their board of directors, if I understood the information that I read.
Councilor Oropesa, I believe the wording on that, and it has been in the agreement for many years. So I believe the wording on that is to assure the city that we are hiring a qualified individual to run the organization. Our organization does a lot. It's not just about events. It is, we have very, very large tentacles that reach many different directions. So the individual that we hire must have some grant writing, and they've got to understand economic development, and they've got to understand fundraising. And it's a very large pot that we need them to have as far as their previous experience. And so I believe that's in there to make sure that the city is, well, quite honestly, getting their money's worth. Does that help?
Well, I'm of the different opinion.
Okay.
That if we're going to get into a contract with the organization, I think there should be some trust. And the fact that we are requiring a representative from the city to sit on a search committee tells me that perhaps we don't trust the organizations as much as we should.
I personally don't see it that way. I can't speak for the rest of my board, but I personally see it as, so I will say that person sits on the search committee. That person does not get to decide who the job goes to. That is the job of the board of directors. But having somebody within the city that may already know someone who has that skill set and can direct them to us is a good thing. I don't see this as anything that is adversarial or in any way.
No, and I'm not trying to make it that way.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there should be trust from the part of the city, because I see it like trying to dictate to you as
No, we've already been down that road. Sorry.
Anyway, what is the current salary of the executive director?
We don't have an executive director, and
Well,
we've not
what is
had
the
one.
proposed?
The last executive director was getting 35 a year.
Okay.
Was based on 35 a year.
Okay, so
And without benefits.
So the $20,000 additional are going to go strictly for that position, is that not correct?
Well, it was my understanding it was supposed to say salary and benefits, but it's written in as salary, so I guess we would have to pull our benefits from some of the other monies.
Well, the way I read it was, it would be jump it up to 55, which includes salary and benefits. And
Well, we've never been able to offer benefits prior to this. We're hoping that we can offer some benefits, because that has been one of the things that we've struggled with, finding somebody, is people are really looking for things like health insurance, and some people are wanting us to cover their cell phones, and the office has a cell phone, but they also want us to cover at least a portion of their cell phone and mileage, and there's several things that.
And I understand. I
Yes.
understand why you need the additional money, the thing is that some of the other contracts, we don't have.
You don't specify it going to salary, yes, sir.
Generally, and I'm speaking from previous experience, generally, when you get money from the city, the county, or whoever, they specify a percentage to go for administrative services, which would include salaries and so forth. So when you look at the amount that we're looking at here, and you look at the salary being like $55,000, and that would come up to like a 36.36% of the salary. And not that I'm against it. I'm just saying that it's. I've never seen such a high percentage that would go for salaries of an individual.
Right. I will say that in previous agreements, scopes of service, we were told that we specifically could not state that any of the monies from the city went directly to salary. It could go to, it was an overreaching wording that it said, as you used as an example, it said that it went to operating expenses, but we could not say specifically that it went to salary. Previously, that's what we were told, but now it's being worded this way. I'll be honest, we have been through this so many times, and I mean, we've
And
guys,
you just made my point.
Well, and here's the thing, is we just would like to be able to move forward. You know, we have one sticking point, and that's not it.
No, and you just made my point, because the $20,000 specifically states, or at least the way I read it.
Yes, sir. It does
states that it
state
goes
that, yes.
for salary.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, when I was the executive director of the Roswell Hispano Chamber, when we used to get money from the city and the county and what have you, it was very specific. You could not spend more than 15% of whatever the amount that you get for administrative services, to include salary. And that's just, but I think we should have done this back in June, July, and I agree that whether we are or on your part, I don't know, maybe both of us are dragging our feet on this one, but this one should have been done a long time ago.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I have Counselor Best and Counselor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Best, you have the floor.
Okay, I've been sitting back and being quiet, which is scary, and I kept trying to be the last, but everybody would tag in underneath me. I've heard all the kumbaya moments here. I'm glad to hear it, that all of this is passed, that we had a hard start, so forth and so on. We're giving you an extra $20,000 for your executive director, so forth and so on. But I feel this is almost like the chamber, that it's not quite formed yet. And I would figure if you're going to come in here asking for X amount of money, somewhere along the line, we would have got some sort of bank state, not necessarily a bank statement, but a review of what we're looking at. So when we give you the money, we kind of know where we're at. I don't know when the last time is that we got any kind of a review or anything like that. So
June of 21.
Okay.
You would have gotten a quarter report at the end of June of 21 to collect for that.
Okay.
No.
I don't.
No, it would have been, yes, June of 21.
I dug for it. I couldn't find it in all my paperwork. That's maybe my bad, but I like hearing the kumbaya moments, and I hope we can get together. I hesitate on saying, yeah, let's just give them the money. I see what work you do and what good work you do. I just get frustrated because there's no goal. I mean, the goal is to make downtown better. I get that. I understand that. But
we do have a master plan.
Okay.
It's 11 years old, but we do have a master plan, and that's something that Mr. Mavers and I have already discussed to plan a meeting so that we can get that updated. And New Mexico Main Street will help getting that document updated. But we have moved forward. I don't know if you're aware of all the benches that have been installed by the city.
Yes, I hear you. I see all the little bottle caps around, all the advertisement. I know you get sponsors for those. Do the sponsors put those?
They get a
where go?
plaque. They get a
Okay,
plaque.
they get a plaque. Who, is it our monies that helps them go in the ground? I'm sure you've got to tie them down.
The city is paying for the installation. We provide the benches.
And the sponsorship is,
The sponsorship pays for the hauling. So we've had to, the group is in Indiana.
okay.
So sponsorship helps to cover the hauling. There have been individuals who have also purchased, not individuals, schools who have purchased, and their benches were also on our truck. And so they helped cover some of that also.
Okay, well, I just would like to know kind of what's going on. You know, I've got a list.
Do you follow our Facebook page?
I don't even think I have your Facebook thing. No,
Oh,
I don't think I
okay.
do. I don't get emails. The chamber does send me emails now, so I get the weekly update and all that, and I appreciate that. I know that from April until now, there's all these times that the city's tried to connect with Main Street Roswell, and maybe because you don't have an executive director, it's hard to get there. So the Kumbaya moments and stuff, I would love to see that come to fruition. And since it is the 75th year of the UFO Festival, I would like to see it really pop and everybody work together and not say one thing and pull something back and all of that. So I'll try to stay in touch more and see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I've got Counselor Perry and Counselor Kennard. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
I just want to say, we've got a saying in the church that the church would be perfect if it wasn't for people, because everybody has a personality, everybody's got an opinion, and everybody wants to share it. I just want to say we have a great Main Street, and I just want to echo about Dusty. Dusty was a great person to hang around. He was a great counselor, city councilor. He cared about this city. I don't know that you could ever replace Dusty Huckabee in all that he did, but I do see that y'all are sure trying your best to live up to that standard, and that's very appreciative. We use Main Street a lot. I spent 2 hours today at the coffee shop on Main Street. I lease a printer from Main Street. My son's favorite shop is Ancient of Days. We go in there about twice a year and get GOs, and he goes to beating them up on the sidewalk. And we just love what we have. We really have something special here in Roswell, and we have personality differences, and at times we have disagreements, but the work is appreciated. I just wanted to say that, I was in Santa Fe last week when I was requested to talk to, and we discussed some issues, and I think we worked through those things. Councilor Foster and I showed up at the board meeting. There's a lot of other things going on that are sort of exciting for Main Street. I'm looking forward that now that maybe with Mr. Mavers, with his expertise, because Juanita does a phenomenal job at so many things here at the city, but she holds so many hats. You've got so many hats on that you're trying to hold on to. This may be just what is necessary to allow for everything to just move forward. And I'm just appreciative. I just want to go back to the fact that Main Street seems to be content with what we have and the ability to move forward. And so I just look forward to having something great as we move through this. So as I understand right now, as it's been the amendments that have been made, we're okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have Counselor Kennard, and this exhausts my list. Counselor, you have the floor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Just to the point that Councilor Orpaces was speaking about, don't we have other contracts, I want to say with the Hispano Chamber, that allows for a percentage to go to personnel?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, yes. The Hispano Chamber, within that agreement, it speaks about 25% of the funding needs to go to the allocation for the executive director. I don't know exactly the right language of that. In this case, with this contract, it's 33% is 20,000 of the 60. So the whole idea is that we have to allocate it to something, and that was our attempt at trying to correct that. So.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
At this point, I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. I will call for a voice vote. I will ask you to activate. Okay, Councilor Roebuck.
As a downtown business owner and potential beneficiary of Main Street, I'm abstaining. Thank you.
All right, so this will be a voice vote. Please activate your vote box. A yes or aye approves the agreement with Main Street as amended. This is the addendum copy that we received with the amendment that was passed earlier this evening. A yes or aye approves, a no or nay rejects. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 9-0 with one abstention. Next up, item number 29, Councilor Perry.
Number 29, let me get there in my book here. I had to pull up the addendum. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the recommendation of the Finance Committee, at a vote of 3-0, I move that we approve the final concept and engineering plans and design for Great Blocks, which is a Main Street Roswell Market Walk project.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to approve the engineering design concept for Great Blocks. Ms. Jennings.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Tonight, I'm here to present Rob Loftus and Jeff Stewart from MWRM Landscaping. A little bit of background. This is the Great Blocks Roswell Market Walk project. The former executive director, Kathy Lay, applied for the grant funding to have construction and design engineering ready, shovel-ready documents created. Once those documents were designed and created, there would be a phase 2. Over the last year, we held numerous public input meetings. We had a variety of participation between the stakeholders in the downtown district in collaboration with Main Street Roswell, as well as other surveys. MWRM was our landscape company that went through the RFP process to get this bid awarded to them. And over the last year, they've come up with different opportunities to put this project really a good, beautiful picture, and hopefully we'll be able to take it and bring it to life in the district. I'm going to let Mr. Loftus go through the actual design elements because he will do a much better job from the technical aspects of what we wanted with the area, the site location. Main Street Roswell as well as New Mexico Main Street Roswell came out. We did different site selection opportunities, and so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Loftus, and he's going to take you through kind of our phases and how we came to this beautiful design.
Sir, why don't you go ahead and state your name and your position with your firm.
My name is Robert Loftus. I'm a principal landscape architect with MRWM Landscape Architects out of Albuquerque. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as Wani described, we were chosen through the RFP process. We are working with local engineering and architecture subconsultants, so we do have a local presence on our team. So the project scope that we responded to in the RFP was pretty ambitious, looking to create an iconic sort of market plaza for different events with wayfinding signage, different seating, stage for public performances, water features, and just a whole lot of exciting things to make this a really attractive spot for the community and visitors. And so through a long process with stakeholder groups and the public, we came up with various plan options. This was ultimately the one that was selected to move forward. And you see that large green area in the center is a raised lawn for kind of performances focused on the stage, which is the red item in the center. Number 5, there's a big flexible kind of market plaza as you come in. The large white object in the center is a shade structure. There's public restrooms. There's an entry water feature that looks like an old train water filling station. There's a lot of flexible spaces to have various events. There's places for market stalls, for farmers markets or craft fairs, things like that. A large kind of communal shelter that would serve or that would have food for food trucks that are accommodated around the project, and then various small railroad-themed play areas scattered about as well. There's looking at parking on the south end of the off Walnut Street, behind the XL property, and then a pedestrian walk up the alley and a secondary pedestrian walk near the tracks to get people to the Market Plaza. We'll also extend those improvements down to Virginia Avenue on First Street, so that we're trying to pull people in from as many places as we can. This is a little bit easier view. You can see the large lawn, the shade structures, the stage structure, and the water features, as well as some of the parking and play elements back in the back, and just some sketches along that with that heavy railroad theme. The overall budget, we looked at 2 separate phases because we have what I call a square foot problem. We had a lot of area that we were trying to address. And so we're looking at doing the main plaza as the first phase, and then the parking area and the alleys and the connection to Virginia as the second phase. The first phase is budgeted about to 2.1 million, including tax, and then another 800,000 or so for the phase 2 improvements. The status of the plans right now is we're basically done with the construction documents. I won't go through the whole set, but you can see the cover sheet here, and then some of the details of the fountains and the planting plan and things like that. So I wanted to say I raised my hand to help with that grant application. I think we probably have every answer for what's on that form, and so we'll work with Main Street Roswell and the city to make sure that gets done before the deadline in 10 days.
I just want to make sure you guys understand you're not approving any funding. You're just, the action tonight is to just approve the design elements that you just saw from Mr. Loftus. I mean, unless you want to approve it, but I don't think you can.
So a word about the funding. Historically, the Great Blocks program has a targeted budget of about 1.6 million. That sometimes is enough for these projects. I think they've done about 6 of these, and they have 3 or 4 kind of on the shelf ready to go. But often certain projects just cost more. It depends on the site that they're at, the different aspects of the plan. And so also historically, New Mexico Main Street has come back and funded these projects to construction. And so we talked a lot throughout the design about the budget, and if we're trying to hit a target, should we value engineers, should we change things? And the decision was, let's get it right, let's get it the way we want. There are numerous opportunities to chop and shift and phase and raise money and all these things. But the goal was, let's build the vision, let's get the plans out, we can bid it, we can see what the bids come in, and then we can make some determinations if we need to shift things around or phase things differently. So I know it's a lot of money, but there's a lot of money out there, and that was the decision that the group made as we went through the design process.
All right.
All right, stand for questions.
Any questions? I have Councilor Roebuck, Oropesa, and Stubbs. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you, you guys, for your work on this. You know, this is really exciting, and you know, the whole vision of doing this area has been, you know, we've had people in the city working on this go all back to when the RMA came out in, I think, 16 or whatever, and there's been this vision. And I remember walking with one of those people who worked on the RMA, walking down this alley, and they kind of said, "Hey, this is the place, you know, where we think we could really do something that would be awesome." And I really appreciate the city and the leadership it's provided, and Main Street Roswell as well, to kind of bring all these stakeholders together, and to get us to this point. And it's really exciting. This kind of project has the real opportunity to not only change this particular land there, but it will have a ripple effect if we can get this done, and I'm sure hoping that we do, and I'm going to keep fighting for it. It will have a ripple effect to that whole sector, which it'll help our economy, it'll help our tourists, and it will also improve the quality of life for probably nearly every citizen in Roswell. So this is a fantastic opportunity for us to make a great investment. And I appreciate the work. I did want to mention another partner that we didn't mention, but who has been critical and really, from the early on conversations that I was involved in with Excel Energy and Mike over there, who's been a huge, they're great supporters of the community. They're great partners for the community as well, and they really want to see this happen. And they could have easily said, you know what, because this property belongs to them. They could have easily said, you know, this is too much of a headache. But they went above and beyond. And then their engineers got involved, and it got even more complex. But they stuck with it because they believe in this community. And I think that, you know, when you get the city that believes in a project, you get Main Street in a project, you get your private business, your private property owners in the area believe in a project, you've got something special. And this is a very special project, and we need to work really hard to make sure we see it all the way through. Thank you. I yield.
All right, I have Councilor Orpesa and Councilor Stubbs. Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is to Joe. This property, this is the one that's located right off of the railroad, right? Railroad tracks.
Yes, sir.
So is this city property or is this private property?
No, sir. We have and I think if you go back to the one, Rob, just one more back, I think, so we have actually a alley right-of-way or a street right-of-way that runs up all the way across the property on Virginia. The green area is essentially the old power plant property of Excel Energy. Excel Energy will continue to own the property, and they're allowing the city to utilize the property for this use. So that is, it would be, I guess it would be considered private property, at least it's owned by the utility.
Okay, then I guess I'm mistaken as to where the property is, because I was thinking it was the one on Second Street and not the old electrical.
When you look at this map here, the railroad tracks are up on the top of the map that run north and south. All the way to the left of the map is Second Street, and then the big white area on this map is the substation for Excel Energy. And that's why it's in white. We're not doing any improvements there other than putting some buffering for the trees around the fence to hide the substation a little bit farther.
So my question is, if it's not city property, then who's going to be responsible for the maintenance and what have you?
The agreement with Excel Energy for the use of the property, the city will be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep and ongoing care of this property. The Excel Energy is that they don't have the ability to release the property, but they have the ability to allow us to use the property. So our improvements on the property, our obligation to maintain.
They stated that they have no plans to ever utilize the piece of property where the lawn and the main plaza is. They are retaining some right to perhaps in the future develop the parking lot area. So we're in conversations with them to see what the time frame of that might be, if ever. And we may simplify the improvements on the parking lot if that potential use by them is, you know, in 10 years or less, something like that.
Just for my own, to make sure that I understand it, on the right-hand side, on the drawing, what street is that?
Walnut.
Walnut?
Yeah.
And then what street is on the left-hand side?
That would be Second. It's not, the graphic doesn't quite go all the way to Second, but you can see the edge of the warehouse there. So on the far left is Second. So it's south of the warehouse, north of the substation.
Okay, thank you.
It's a fenced-off vacant lot right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I have Councilor Stubbs, and I exhaust my list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who to ask this question of or even exactly how to answer it or ask it. But are there any noise or light restrictions anywhere around? I know, for example, if you're near an airport, you've got light, night, whatever. But does the railroad require, or are they concerned about any light or noise or any of that. Has that been approved?
So we have reached out to BNSF and had conversations with them. And one thing to note is that the railroad is significantly further. I think it's at least 50 feet away. Everything is on our property. We are running a fence along that railroad edge for the projects to keep
Good.
people
Yes.
from events from going out and
Yes.
getting into the railroad right away. So we think we have them taking care of their concerns.
And those, let's see, number 9 are planters or trees or something to buffer that as well, I guess, right?
Yeah, Excel is committed to doing a more attractive architectural style fence around the whole substation, and then we would also screen it with some trees and landscaping. They've been a wonderful partner. Councilor Roebuck's correct. I should have credited them. But, this is something that, typically make them nervous and their engineers and stuff, but they really saw the vision. Mike McLeod was amazing to work with, and he rallied them, and they became quite a helpful partner on this instead of, throwing a lot of obstacles our way. So credit to Excel.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I have no one else on my list, and I overlooked an individual who signed up to speak on this, and I apologize, Ms. Boyles. You did sign up. I should have referred to you before we went to the council. My apologies.
That's okay. I'm going to sound like a grouch, and I will apologize for that up front. But we have had a very bad problem.
Go ahead, state name.
Sorry, Molly Boyles, 601 Tierra Brenda. We've had a really bad problem with communication. There have been multiple meetings. So in the September meeting that you referred to was when New Mexico Main Street came down in September. The only thing we were told about the Great Blocks was that none of the money had been drawn down. So you can't start the application process until the money from the previous grant has been spent. So we found out at the finance meeting on the 3rd that the money had finally been drawn down. I think it was the 3rd, but we weren't even told that it was on the agenda. And so herein, guys, I'm hoping that with the some changes, that we're going to have better communication. There are several meetings. There was a meeting in May in which the representative that was supposed to be there from Main Street Roswell was not invited, and an email was immediately sent out to Robert Loftus asking that this individual be invited to future meetings. She never heard from him again, and as soon as that individual left our board, the city was asked, our liaison was asked to forward all of those communications to me, and I had heard nothing. So this is why I say we're unprepared for this grant, because we have not been in the know. Believe it or not, Main Street found out 2 days before we hosted a meeting right over there at the museum. We weren't even told we were hosting the meeting. I found it on Facebook. So that's why I'm trying to tell you that the communication hopefully is changing for the better, and these things won't happen again. This is a very important project. It's going to be huge for our town. So I look forward to being able to move forward, and I am begging for whatever help I can be given, because I've got 9 days. Thank you.
At this point, I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter, so I will ask for a voice vote. The matter that we're voting on is to approve the concept and engineering plans / design. This is not the funding. This is just to say we like the plan, for want of a better way of putting it. A yes or aye approves the design and plans. The no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Councilors, as you may recall, and ladies and gentlemen, when we approved the agenda, we moved item 32 up to following item number 29. So, at this point, we will go to item number 32, Councilor Perry.
I gladly make this motion. This has been in the works and desires for a long time, and I'm proud for the cemetery in this, that on the recommendation of the not only the cemetery board that did 4-0, but also the finance committee in a vote of 3-0, I make a recommendation that we approve for the approval to move forward with columbarium and committal shelter construction proposal design by Rob Loftus from MRWM Landscape.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to move forward with the columbarium and committee shelter construction proposal. Mr. Burris.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, councilors. We're looking for permission to move forward with the communal shelter construction along with the columbariums that were designed by Rob Loftus from MRWM. This has gone through the cemetery board. They recommended 4-0, and also finance committee 3-0. It's something we've been looking forward to doing, and they're kind of excited about it. So I've got Rob here for his presentation. I also got Ruben behind me to answer any questions.
All right, come on up, sir. Do the same thing, just name and position.
Robert Loftus, MRWM Landscape Architects, Principal Landscape Architect. Once again, good evening. Thank you for having me here and being allowed to help you with these projects. It's very exciting to be able to do so. So South Park Cemetery, a few years ago, we started looking at a columbarium plaza. So columbarium plaza is somewhere where you can put cremated remains. It's growing, probably the most popular in the sort of cemetery industry is this move to sort of columbarium plaza. It's typically a cheaper burial. It's lower maintenance, doesn't require as much room, as much fertilizer, water, mowing, things like that. And so they're becoming very popular. And so we were asked to look at a potential columbarium plaza as well as a committal shelter. And for those of you who may not be familiar, committal shelter is a place where you can drive up to, people can get out, they can walk along a sidewalk, and they can have that that service in a very nice shaded area, and you're not crossing people across uneven turf and, complicating access to the graveside service. So that's another thing that's becoming very standard in a lot of cemeteries across the country. So we're looking at a few different locations for these elements. The first sort of primary location would be just south of the cemetery office. There's an open area that is not plotted for burials, and most of the plots that are around that office are older, and so there's not a lot of active burials happening immediately adjacent. So we think this is a good area. It's easy access. You have some of the parking with the cemetery office, and then again, I don't think we would be disturbing by having services here some of the other newer areas of the cemetery. Alternate locations could be along the front entrance road and some of the newer areas that haven't sold all of the plots yet. So we're looking at a square kind of plaza shape with some nice shade and landscaping, and then a variety of columbarium walls scattered throughout. The good thing about the columbarium walls is that we can build the entire plaza, but the expensive part is the actual walls and the niches. And so we can build those pieces in phases and then put some simple landscaping in areas where future niches can come along. So we don't have to build out the entire niche. We can kind of build as they fill and reduce initial construction costs that way. Here's some examples of what we're talking about. These are some national cemeteries that we've done across New Mexico and Texas. Up in the right-hand corner, it's not quite finished yet, but those sort of empty plots would have landscaping right now, but then they can become filled with more niches as needed in the future. We would have some landscape. We'd have seating options as well as different options for the concrete plaza itself. And a look at what the committal shelter could look like. It's about 35 feet wide, 40 feet long. This is just the very simple structure. It would have seating. It could have a screen wall to keep the wind down to create a nice kind of secluded place for those services to occur. And so we're looking at cost here of about $850,000, including design, including the committal shelter, and then the columbarium plaza. The first build out of niches we were looking at is about 300, I believe. And then the ability to full build out of that plaza would be about 3,000. So that equals to be about a $800 per niche cost initially. But as you continue to fill and build more niches, that could bring the cost of the niches down to about $400 and cover the cost of construction. So I think it's a good cost-effective way to put a new feature in the cemetery that's very much desired, that's going to be easier to maintain and fit a lot more burials into a small space. I stand for questions.
Okay. Anything else from staff?
Yeah, I've got a few things to add, and I'll have Ruben come up and give you some stats. Basically, the idea is to make sure as we go through this that these niches eventually pay for themselves. So it's kind of you're fronting the money right now, but as we get going, the sale of these niches of the property will actually pay for the construction. And that was our marching orders. The second thing is we're not really looking for Italian marble. We're looking for things that we can source here in the United States, and as this grows, it'll match. So that's some of the things that we looked at, and the ease of interring the ashes. It's a one-person job to do this versus, 4 to 6, and so it's really going to help us with the amount of work we have. I'm going to let Ruben give you some data percentage-wise, and then we'll stand for questions.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to touch on the amount of the demand actually of cremations. I've been with the cemetery for 15 years. I've done some around maybe over 5,000 services that I've been involved with, and I've seen these numbers go up as far as cremation demand. One example that I could use and compare it to is the opening of General Douglas McBride Cemetery. There we offer, 3 different methods of burial. We do the casket burial, we do the in-ground cremation, and then also the columbarium, something that we don't have in South Park. South Park does have casket burials and in-ground cremation. Now, the numbers that we have in McBride are really outstanding as far as the demand of a columbarium. We've done like 260 enrichments versus 46 in ground. So the numbers, they don't even compare. So the demand of having a columbarium is very high. I would like to see South Park have what you would call a full-service cemetery and offer those different methods, like I mentioned, casket, in-ground cremation, and also a columbarium. Right now, we've been doing a lot of what's known as a second rites burial, which gives you a chance to inter a cremation at the foot of a grave. Now, those in time are going to come to an end, only allowing one cremation at the foot. So in the past 15 years, we've exhausted 2 blocks, Block 58 and Block 56, which were in-ground cremations. Last year, we opened 48A, and right off the bat, we started with big numbers. So that's what I wanted to touch on the demand of cremations. Nowadays, it is a more common method, that we're seeing, and denominations are accepting it now. So we do see the increase in that. So I stand for questions.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I have Councilor Perry, Councilor Best, and Councilor Oropesa. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few observations. I'm very excited to see this move forward. I know that for a number of years we've discussed this, and like you said, the number of cremations are just significantly more, and the trend is going more towards this. And of course, being a perpetual cemetery, there is the need to consider that those costs are being incurred for also that perpetual work. A couple of observations. Number one, as was said, that it would take one person to be able to do these kind of committals versus numerous people. But I want to talk more on not just that, but the committal shelter itself. That is a common thing that's being utilized throughout cemeteries for a long, long time. It's just not something that is as used where we are here. Santa Fe at the National Cemetery there, everything is done through committal shelters. I know they have at least 2, if not 3 or 4 there. The Maritime Veteran Cemetery up here at Fort Stanton has the committal shelter, and what I have seen is that as people start seeing that, they do see it as better. And of course, we're not looking at making a requirement, but it just is going to do so much for our staff. If you've ever watched what it takes this staff to put all of this together just for one burial, putting up all the chairs and all the devices that it takes, and then hooking up the temporary shelter to a tractor, to a truck, and very slowly getting it to where it needs to be. I've been at many burials where widows were unable to go to the gravesite. They had to sit in a wheelchair at the road and just watch from a distance the best that they could because of the inability to truly safely get to where they need to be as well. I've been at funerals. I've been at 2 they had to call an ambulance for because of overheating. This is going to do a lot for our people. I had to attend a funeral at one of our funeral homes just the other day. I was sharing with the funeral director this news. He was very excited to hear about this because they know that this is going to be a major change for families and help them through this process. The last thing I will say is that, and I said this in the meeting earlier, but just to say that I hope that the materials that we're able to use, we already have the house out there that has the stone around the house, to be able to utilize that to sort of bring all of that together, I think would be a great idea. And I look forward to this coming past and being something great for our people. It's going to be something that is going to help folks with their grieving process. And I know people right now that have loved ones' ashes sitting in a closet right now waiting for something like this to be here. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Best, Councilor Oropesa, Councilor Moore. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Can we go back a picture, please? It shows the office and exactly where that's going to sit. That one right there. You're not moving the flag, right?
No.
Because that's like the true love of my life. That's my mom and dad right there.
No, the flag, as you see the office there,
Uh-huh.
the flag is to the right.
Okay, and the chime is staying there and all of that? That
Oh,
whole
yes.
little seating place is staying there?
Yeah. The area that we're looking at, there is nothing
Okay.
there but grass.
Okay, and then I need to reserve right at the foot of my parents, just in case I don't make that timeline, because I still have like 4 plots out there, so I just need to reserve that.
You got it.
Thank you.
All right, I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Moore. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one that I want to address is the committal as well. My understanding right now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the committal is going to be built, and it's not going to be mandatory for the services to be taking place at the committal. That individuals will have the ability to go to the site, to the grave site itself, and bury their loved ones. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And is there any plans in the future that we are going to go down the road that more and more, as more people use it, that at some point in time, it may be mandatory for the committal to be used?
No, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think you could impose that on a family at all.
Okay, thank you.
I have Councilor Moore, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Moore, you have the floor.
My question was about at first I was thinking about where she out in the property in the back. What is there much a cost difference moving it to the front where I think I would like it, but that's just me. And back by the office, is there much of a cost difference where you put it either place?
I would say there's not.
Probably
When
not.
we first looked at the the columbarium project kind of came along before the committal shelter, so we were just looking at that area, its proximity to the cemetery offices and the fact that it wasn't marked for future burials as just being a fairly obvious place for that. And then the committal shelter idea came along a little bit later, so we've just done some quick studies of the two different locations of how that might fit. But this is as far as the plans have gone currently, what you see here today. And so the next step would be to start those conversations in earnest about the exact location and then get survey done and do the construction documents. So there's still some refinement of both location and design that will be done.
In both places, it looked like there's street all the way around, so there wouldn't be the issue like he was saying driving up to it. So I'm looking on both of those. I actually love the idea of the committal shelter because Clovis has one, a very nice one, but they have what are the things where the berries inside? Yeah, but theirs is inside. You go inside, they're berry things, it's still is inside, and so but it's like the marble looking too, so theirs is a little different, but I love the shelter thing because they're like, I've been to a gazillion where I thought my wig was going to come off. So, and the weather is just horrible, so you just never know what the weather, so I really love that idea. And last question is, for the committal thing, will there'll be an extra cost for using the shelter? And you're shaking your head already, you saying?
There's no plans for that. It's actually going to help us with traffic flow and ease on the staff, so we don't see a future cost for that, no ma'am.
Because you'll be saving in the budget on
That's right.
on his back right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that was just kind of my only question. I love the idea. Are we talking 20 more years down the line before we see this?
No ma'am, I'm thinking.
Because we start stuff.
Like right now, as soon as it warms up a little bit, I think we should start digging, I'm just saying.
We should start construction this year, for sure.
Okay, I love the idea. Then how long do you think it would take?
I would say we need about 3 months of design and about 6 months of construction max.
Is that for both things, for the shelter and the?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I was just seeing how long I had before I could knock off Counselor Best over there, so she can be at the end of the. So she could be at the end of her.
First one there.
I yield. I'm done. Sorry.
Thank you. I have Councilor Pesa and Councilor Perry. Councilors, by the way, we still have many items to review. Councilor Pesa.
Tell you, Mr. Mayor, I forgot to ask a question. The funding, where is the funding coming from, and is the perpetual fund going to be used for this project?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, Councilor, if you look on the abstract, this funding is for both of these projects is coming from the city's American Rescue Plan money. And so we're asking for the budget of $849,537.18 coming from the American Rescue Plan funding. Both of these functions are, in my estimation, they can assist with our COVID-related relief, and so that is why we believe that both of these projects can fit within those funds.
Thank you.
All right, I have Councilor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Perry.
No, I appreciate Councilor Oropesa bringing that up because I thought that was important for the folks to know where this financing was come from at one point. I know when I was with the cemetery board, we looked at taking a position from a CD that had matured and to offer that as a match, but I'm grateful that that's not going to have to be the case now. This will definitely help, and I believe it definitely fits with under what it could be used for. The only other thing I wanted to say is this also will help Ruben and his crews, because right now, if there are families that are having graveside services, there's a significant area of the not only is there a significant area of the cemetery that staff cannot work in because they have to keep quiet and they want to respect the areas, but also they have to have their staffing there because of the safety issues of having an open grave, and also to help families, someone that lowered and some religious rites require or request that, and they need to continue to be able to have that. But it's going to allow, especially where it's going to be at, for our workers to be able to be off mowing, be off weed eating, be off taking care of the things that sometimes do frustrate people because it rains and it catches up to us so quickly. So this helps to alleviate a lot of problems, and I'm just proud to see this happening. Thank you.
All right, I have no one else wishing to speak. Let me make sure I have some clarification here. And Mr. Nebb, Mr. Fuentes, and Mr. Patterson, this way we have this in the agenda is approval to move forward. We also have a dollar amount. So are we, by moving forward, are we including applying this funding from the American Rescue Act?
Yes, sir, and I can understand your confusion with that. The intent of where we're at with the funding and actually the request is to complete the construction documentation and go out and seek proposals for construction.
Okay, so the motion, Councilor Perry, we concur that we are complete the construction documents and go out for bid on this proposal?
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to just concur that is what I meant. If it needs to be amended to say such, I would be willing to do that. Just
Are
whatever
we
legal
comfortable,
decides we
Mr.
need to
Patterson, that we've clarified the motion?
I think that everyone agrees that's the understanding. I
Yes,
think
sir.
it's clear.
Any objections to that, councilors? All right. We'll have a voice vote. A yes or aye authorizes moving forward with final engineering plans and going out to bid to do the construction. That's a yes or aye approves that. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 10-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Council.
All right, next up, item number 30, which is Councilor Perry.
Let me just let me get to where I need to be here. Make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, there we go. All right. Mr. Mayor, at the recommendation of the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve the ratifications of Constructors Incorporated to perform demolition services for the Roswell Air Center large hangar project in the amount of $613,638.42.
Okay. Motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Roebuck to ratify the large hangar project demolition phase. Mr. Stark.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, this is a request to ratify the contract through CES to Constructors, Inc. to do the demolition stage of the large hangar construction project that we have entered into with Ascent. Just for a little bit of background, we have been working with Armstrong. They've worked through 2 task orders to get through the site layout and development. We're in the demolition phase now. They're still working on the horizontal engineering. That'll come next, and the bidding and that construction piece of it. This money is reimbursable through the MOU with the county and state legislative capital outlay. But that appropriation does not cover the CES fees, which will be covered through the Air Center budget. And I stand for questions.
All right. I have Councilor Kennard wishing to speak on this matter. Councilor Kennard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had a constituent call me regarding this item, and can you explain, Mr. Stark, why this didn't go out to bid?
It was originally intended to go out to bid, but we became aware in conference with Ascent that there were some financial covenants that had time constraints on them that the normal ITB process could not possibly meet. And that's why we chose the CES process for the time constraints.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Can you explain that CES process, just because I want to make sure that it's understood correctly?
So basically, I'm not sure I'll get this exactly right, but basically CES puts out an RFP to companies to sign up to get on their list so that municipalities, school districts, counties, so on and so forth can use them after the vetting is done. So they pre-vet these companies, and then when we want to use them, for example, we go and we approach the company that we would like to use. We get a proposal from them. If it's acceptable, we go with it. We could go get proposals from multiple companies that are on the CES list and pick one. We then go through the CES process of getting a PO through CES. So we actually pay CES. CES pays the contractor in the end, and but they're pre-vetted so that we don't have to go through the state procurement ITB process. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And just one more quick question. So if it's not going out to bid, why, or let me put it this way. If it's not gone out to bid, are we sure we're getting the best price?
It should be close. I mean, no, probably the short answer is that we might get it a little cheaper somewhere else. It is certainly possible if we went out to bid that we would get it cheaper, but we would not be able to meet the time restraints.
Oh, okay. And was there a reason that this contractor was chosen over other CES contractors?
Yes, they were already on site doing another job that is an FAA taxiway job, so they were available to start the project immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Stark.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councilor Foster, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to go back over, though, the CES process. It's possible, and I know the Constructors Inc. was on site, so they were it expedited using them. But we can use the CES process and still go out to bid through the CES process, right? We can ask several of the CES contractors what and it would be a bid from them, what their cost would be for a project.
That is correct. We could go to multiple contractors that are on the CES list and then compare.
And it would still shortcut the process of not having to go out for an RFP, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
But just for a little context too, when we were looking at the engineer's estimate, it estimated the smaller phase of this project, phase 1A is what they called it in the demolition plan, at $500,000. That portion of the plan came in at $375,000. What we chose to do, because it actually came in under the budget, was to go ahead and demo the whole site so there's nothing left of any of the old slabs or asphalt that we have. We have a clean site to begin our building construction on, and that would have been cheaper than the full budget for the full demo.
And I can appreciate that, but we still don't know that if we had used another CES contractor, if they would have been that price or lower either. I just think that, I mean, we need to be careful and make sure that we go through the whole process. I like CES. I know it helps us shorten some of the life cycles of some of our projects. But I also want to make sure that even if we use it to the best ability to save our citizens some money. So thank you. I yield.
All right, I have Councilor Roebuck, and that exhausts my list.
Just wanted to briefly say, not briefly, but I will keep it brief. This is really, I think, a super important moment. We are starting to build a hangar on the airport, and we haven't done that in decades and decades, and I just appreciate everybody's work on this. I yield.
All right. I'll do my 2 cents worth, too. This is an incredible project. This is just the first phase of it, and Councilor Roebuck touched on that. This is the city building a large hangar, and the city is the responsible party here. It is on city property. These are contracts between the city of Roswell and these contractors. We are overseeing it. We will get it done. Now, there's been some talk about where the funding might come from, and I use the word might because, in fact, there's no legally binding documents out there that compel any of these other entities to pay us, unless I am mistaken. So this is this city moving forward to enhance this air center and to move forward with economic development and building facilities that will bring additional jobs. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the ratification of the contract with Constructors, Inc. to perform demolition services. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Vote is 9-0 with one abstention. Councilor Lopez. Next up is item number 31. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the recommendation of the Finance Committee, in a vote of 3-0, I make a motion to approve the purchase of 4 new John Deere Gator HPX 815E utility vehicles.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to purchase new utility vehicles for the Parks Department. Ms. Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's nice to see you this evening. So the Parks Department has 4 grounds maintenance crews that they use to maintain our city parks and our main street. And they have requested that we purchase 4 utility vehicles that they can put 90-gallon tanks in the back for herbicide and pesticides. There will also be a 12.5-foot boom where if it's a large area, they can spray with the boom, and then there's a handheld to spray otherwise. These vehicles have been outfitted to be street legal, so they can fill them up at the Parks Department and then drive them all over town. And that will be a much more efficient way than they're doing it currently, which is with a backpack-style sprayer. There is no money in the budget for this. This will need to be a budget amendment. We would like to use a New Mexico state price agreement and purchase it from Pecos Valley Equipment. The amount is $63,093.16. And I'll stand for any questions.
Councilors, questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase of the 4 John Deere Gator utility vehicles. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, items 33 and 34. Before we go to the motion, let me explain, councilors, these are 2 separate items we will take action on. They deal with one project, shall we call it, and Mr. Mavers will brief us on the entire spectrum, and then Councilor Perry, I'll ask you to move these separately. So, Mr. Mavers, please educate us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. You know, my name has been mentioned so many times over the past hour and a half, I feel like there's a lot of pressure to produce. Here we go. Over the last 4 months, we've been working very, very closely with Kremlin Auto Group. What you have before you tonight are 2 final maps that are going to facilitate the development of a brand new Ford dealership at the east end of the Kremlin Auto Group property and a brand new Hyundai dealership at the far west end of the property. I get somewhat jealous listening to Scott Stark talk about all of the things he's doing out there. Well, this is a $25 million construction project, and we are ready to break ground right after your approval this evening. So, the applicant, we're talking about zoning case 22001. These are the properties located currently at 2001, 1909, and 1901 West 2nd Street. This is the far east end of the Kremlin Auto Group. You can see the new Ford dealership will fill in that existing vacant lot. It will also replace the old Hyundai dealership, though, which will be moving down to the other end of Crumlin Auto Group at the extreme west end. Okay. The reason for the final plat is we are merging a number of properties here, as well as creating some easements. One of the things we had to overcome as throughout this process was dealing with some issues that were brought forward. And in fact, these issues were brought forward like 20 years ago, having to do with the interface between these properties and the adjacent property owners. We worked extensively with the adjacent property owners, came up with some brand new and very appropriate mitigation measures that allowed us to move forward with the zone change, so we have consistent zoning across the entire property, and then allowed us to move forward with this consolidated map. Okay. There were brand new conditions of approval placed on this map, as well as the mitigation measures, and the mitigation measures have all been adopted. They've been reviewed as well by the property owners, and I believe they have all, well, and I know for a fact they have all agreed that it's appropriate and proper the way we've approached this particular project. Moving on to the west end of the property, now zoning case 22002, again a final plat for the property located at 2301 West 2nd Street. This is currently mostly a vacant piece of property where they'll be relocating the existing Hyundai dealership, which is on the east end of the Crumlin Auto Group property, and building a brand new high-tech Hyundai dealership, bracketing the east and west ends of the Crumlin Auto Group's property. You can see the new Hyundai dealership going in. It's adjacent to Sequoia Avenue, or what was Sequoia Avenue. Sequoia is actually not a public street, is essentially an easement for utility purposes. They're also going to be taking access off of 3rd Street for the delivery and vehicle area, which will be to the rear of this particular property. With this one, again, we had to work with the adjacent property owners because they had some concerns about the proximity to Spring River and the Spring River Trail. We provided some additional buffer areas as well as additional setbacks from that trail to ensure that anybody using the trail would not have to well, again, would just have additional area for them to enjoy the trail and the natural environment in that area. This map, a little more complex, but again, contains the appropriate mitigation measures and the particular verbiage that run with the land that allow for the maintenance of those easements. Again, consolidating the properties under one single ownership and facilitating the financing. Again, with the adequate mitigation measures, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 7-0 of both of the projects as zoning case 22001 and 22002 at their meeting on January 25th. I know that in the audience right now we have representatives from Crumlin Auto Group. We have representatives of the design engineer here to answer any questions. But of course, everyone is anxious to move forward, and we're asking for your approval this evening. I stand for questions.
At this point, I'll call on Councilor Perry. Councilor, you want to make a motion on item 33?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, this did not come to a committee. It's coming directly from Planning and Zoning Commission at their recommendation of 7-0. I make a motion that we approve zoning case 22001 with the final plat, which is the Crumlin Lincoln Place subdivision for the purpose of a lot consolidation and lot line adjustment to facilitate financing for the development of a new Ford automobile dealership in the C2 and C4 zoning districts at 2001, 1909, and 1901 West 2nd Street.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to approve final plat for zoning case 22-001. Councilors, comments, debate, questions? Seeing none. Oh, Councilor Lopez.
Just a question that I was asked. I heard you say something about the Spring River and something out, other residential. There was no problem with the bird sanctuary, correct?
None whatsoever.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
In fact, that was one of the reasons why we did add a little bit of an additional buffer, an additional setback. We actually have the buffer, the setback, the buffer, then the trail, then the bird sanctuary. So it's actually quite a distance away.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. Patterson, this final zoning plat, can we do a voice vote or do we need to do a roll call?
A voice vote is fine.
Okay. So, councilors, I will call for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves zoning case 22-001 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. Seeing none, passes 10-0. Councilor Perry, a motion on item number 34.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There again, this did not come to one of the council committees. This is coming directly from Planning and Zoning Commission at the recommendation of 7-0 to approve. I make the motion that we approve zoning case 22-002 for the final plat for the Crumlin West subdivision for the purpose of lot consolidation, lot line adjustment, 3rd Street abandonment and vacation of the 25-foot eastward and westward alley east of Sequoia Avenue to facilitate financing for the development of a new Hyundai automobile dealership in the C2 zoning district at 2301 West 2nd Street, north of 2301 West 2nd Street, and 209 North Sequoia Avenue.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to approve the final plat for zoning case 22-002. Councilor Perry.
I just wanted to say that I do appreciate when this started coming forth. There's a neighborhood, of course, that's to the back, and there were some concerns brought forth. I just wanted to commend not only Mr. Mavers but also Mr. Crumling for moving forward and meeting those needs and providing what was necessary for that neighborhood that makes this go so much easier. So thank you.
All right. I have no one else on my list. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the final plat for zoning case 22-002 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 10-0. Next up, item number 35, Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We didn't have any public.
Oh,
Do we have any public?
we don't have anybody signed up for it. I'm sorry. So there is no one signed up for public participation. Got ahead of myself there.
That's okay.
All
Are you
right.
prepared for motion now?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the council go into closed session pursuant to New Mexico SA 1978 1015-1H7 to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation involving the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to go into closed session. Any discussion, debate on the motion? This will be a roll call vote. A yes or aye takes us into closed session. A no or nay keeps us in open meeting. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Steps?
Yes.
Counselor Lopez?
Aye.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Moore?
Aye.
Counselor Orpesa?
Yes.
Counselor Robeck?
Yes.
Counselor Best? Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Councilors, it is 10:28. We will meet in our
the back room.
in the back room, the one behind us, at 10:32. 4 minutes.
that blue line, or purple line, whatever you want to call it, that's where they want to cut it. So this just has to be moved down. That's all we got to do. Oh, sorry, but.
We'll see, and then we were thinking, as an alternative, they're not just raise everything. Yeah. You know, just raise them up a little bit higher, raise the whole panel on.
We could even leave the panel there, put it on a platform.
But then now the
Four
legs are
inches
gonna be
high.
underneath it. That's what it is, just raise it all the way up, don't cut it, raise it. So then when you come up here, you step up. And then- That was our,
Yeah, but that-
suggestion.
I don't see how that's electrical, but that's just, I mean, in a couple hours, you could move all those down.
That makes sense.
There. Yeah, but that's, you're not touching that. The only thing you're gonna touch is that.
Here, some of it isn't.
Honestly, those plug-ins, you can put right underneath that. Yeah. Or even underneath. If they gotta go underneath, they go underneath.
Where do you drop the monitor inside?
Yeah, we bought smaller monitors to put down in the hole. There you have. But I don't see that being that big of a deal for electricians. Well, they cutting them down and rebuilt them.
Yeah, the woodworking part would be the part I would take on, that they would have to do the machine.
And try to match it. I mean, it would be, you're gonna have to blend it all in and make it.
That's probably the long part.
That's what he was talking about, pulling the cap, and then you gotta cut the base, load that thing, and no one wants to do it.
I wouldn't want to do it. Look at it, it's very small part. Look at the front of the gap.
Is it just the wood, the splitting, or?
What Reed told me is they told him that it's the metal in there. The metal has to be.
It's 10:52. We're back in session. Councilor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, the council is back in open session at 10:52 p.m. We had a closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978, 1015-1H7 to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation involving the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. No action was taken. No votes were cast.
Let the record reflect Councilor Kennard was not part of the closed session, and she's not with us at this time. All right, Mr. Nebb, we have a few more items here. What do we got?
Take care of your housekeeping first with the future
Future
agenda and the
items.
committees.
Anything, councilors? Can we click the slide there? Anything that we need to be planning on for our from our committees? All right, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been working with staff and for infrastructure. Two things. Number one is that at the beginning of the year when we were doing budgeting, we kind of challenged engineering, saying, "Hey, can you spend all this money we thrown at you?" And they've done we've been watching it closely in infrastructure. They've done a great job spending it. You all, I'm sure, will remember that there's a $1.7 million settlement coming from the state where they underfunded us over the past however many years, and in my estimation, that money should have gone to roads those years when we didn't get it. I won't say anything uncharitable, but I've talked with Mr. Nebb and I've talked with Mr. Nahar, and they're going to be bringing some recommendations on road projects to spend that $1.7 million on to help us continue to get caught up. This has been a good catch-up year for us, trying to get back on top of our road situation. So I'm excited for that, and that will be at infrastructure. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Perry, anything for finance?
Just regular stuff right now. We're going to let everybody get through March, I think.
Okay. Councilor Best, Public Safety?
Nope, we're good. Thank you.
Councilor Foster, anything special in General Services? All right, Councilor Stubbs, anything special in Legal? All right, so City Manager reports.
Okay, Mayor, City Council, just a few points here. Calendar of events. We do have an Air Center tenant meeting this coming Tuesday, next week Tuesday at 6 p.m. at the Convention Center. I will make sure that everybody understands if we have a quorum of the City Council, the meeting does have to be open to the public. However, this is sponsored by the EDC, and it is an RSVP for the tenants of the Air Center. And so if the public show up, I believe I'm going to have a bullpen for them to sit in. If they can listen in, but will not be truly allowed to participate. I think that's going to be hard and difficult, but just so you're aware of that one. This Saturday at 11 a.m. we are doing our Ascent Aviation groundbreaking. That'll be on the property just south of Dean Baldwin, right off of Earl Cummings there, right where they're going to do the hangars in the parking lot. We have to be determined groundbreaking for the Mountain View Elementary water line extension. We are waiting for a contractor schedule and supplies. And so until we get that, we did not want to do that groundbreaking. So it may happen fairly quickly. It just depends on what Mr. Nahar can get done with the contractor. Really quickly on the Ascent groundbreaking, I just wanted to show off a couple pictures of this $16 million project. And if it's a big plane, it's going to have that big accordion style door. And this is a rub fabric system, which the CEO of the North American Rub System Incorporated will be here. And so Mr. Espiritu and I have been talking with him about a kind of a relationship between the city of Roswell and Rub. Really quickly, Mr. Mavers helped with this as well too. He seems to be a little bit jealous about all the work out at the Air Center, and so he's already shared the big project for the vehicle dealers. He wanted me to make sure I shared a few more. So here's the McDonald's restaurant south, down on South Main. It's underway. It's all been permitted. You can see all the construction that they've been doing out there. This is a rebuild of the existing McDonald's. Firehouse Subs going in at Cost Plaza Midtown. It has been permitted in March of 2021. They're working on that structure. Bahama Bucks, that's up there as well too. July of 2021. Texas Roadhouse, permitted in January of 2022. Complimentary to adjacent North Main Street Commercial Corridor. Actual location? Just south of the American Tire.
Discount
Just south
tires.
of the American Discount Tire. All right. And we have a Popeyes coming in. It's currently under review by the city staff. They've been working with us for a little while, and so it's coming along as well too. I believe that was all my items there. But we wanted to make sure we shared that there's a lot of activity going on. I appreciate all your help, all your work. Thank you for all of that. I will say that we are not under construction of a $61 million ball field.
Yeah.
It is only a plan, and it is one that will be going through the conversation. Part of the funds with that was to help with preparing the drainage and site planning for Cielo Grande on the south side. And so it's a little bit bigger than what was explained or what's been kicked around on social media, but it is just a vision. So, Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mr. Nebb? All right, I have 10:59. We're adjourned. We beat 11 o'clock.